Well, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to the first day of the Lexus British Open at Roehampton. Please welcome onto our court our players for our first match on Court 1 today, Great Britain's Andy Lapthorne and Australia's Heath Davidson. For today's coin toss, please also welcome Kieran Townsend, the Sport in Mind coach on site. Sport in Mind is the UK's leading mental health sports charity and deliver physical activity projects in partnership with the amazing NHS in order to aid recovery, promote mental well-being, improve physical health, combat social isolation and empower people to move their lives forward in a positive direction. They have been funded by the LTA Tennis Foundation. The LTA Tennis Foundation is the LTA's official charity with a mission to improve lives through tennis. Its ambition is that every child, young person and adult can have access to the unique and life-changing benefits that tennis offers.
Last back here, Lapo.
So let's meet our players for this match one of day one of the Lexus British Open Roehampton. To the right of the umpire's chair, Heath Davidson is 37 and from Victoria, Australia. He is the winner of 10 career singles titles and 33 career doubles titles and is a four-time Australian Open quad doubles champion. He reached his first Grand Slam singles final at Wimbledon in 2023. Please give it up for Heath Davidson. And to the left of the umpire's chair, Great Britain's Andy Lapthorne is 33 and from Middlesex. He is the winner of 24 career singles titles and 46 career doubles titles, including 2 US Open quad singles titles and a total of 15 Grand Slam doubles titles. Andy is a former champion of the Lexus British Open as well. And of course, these two players both know each other very well after playing each other in the final at Eastbourne on Saturday, with Heath Davidson taking the win. Please give it up for Andy Lapthorne. Our umpire for today's match will be David Armenta from Colombia.
Thank you very much and good morning. Welcome to Roehampton for the Lexus British Open, the wheelchair tennis tour, moving from Eastbourne last week to Roehampton this week, and we are looking forward very much to bringing you 4 days worth of coverage here from Roehampton. I say we because I am joined once again by former WA top 50 player Anna Smith, as we look forward to 4 matches today. Andy Lapthorne against Heath Davidson will be our first one. That's a quad singles match. Then David Kawasashi will be up against Gordon Reid in the men's round of 16, followed by another one from that competition, Alfie Hewitt, #1 seed, up against Michael Schäfers of the Netherlands. And we'll round it off on court 1 with Zhenzhen Zhu of China up against Lucy Shuker. Morning to you, Anna, how are you doing?
Very well. How are you doing?
Good, not bad at all. And, well, these two know each other very well indeed. In fact, it's only a matter of days, 3 days indeed, since they last played each other.
Yeah, it's always weird when you get a chance to get revenge so quickly, and I'm sure that's what Andy's going to want out here today.
Yeah, it was an interesting match at Eastbourne because Heath got off to a really good start. 3-love up, seemed to be cruising. And he went into his A game, turned it around, won the first set. I think it was 6-3, and then set 2 and 3, well, just went very much the way of the Australian. I'll be interested to see what kind of lessons Andy has learned from this, because he came back in the doubles later in the day and kind of corrected a lot of the mistakes he made in the singles in the morning.
I think so much of Andy's game, though, isn't it? It's about him being aggressive. I think sometimes we see he can get a little bit too passive sometimes. So I think we saw in that first set in Eastbourne when he came back, didn't he? Those 6 games, he steps on the aggression, but it's not necessarily so natural for him, is it? So I think he's got to try and force himself to do that a little bit today. Otherwise, he's maybe just going to have a little bit too much firepower for him.
Well, we'll see whether he can, get himself into the net more often. I always think, I talked quite a lot with a quadfather about this when I first started covering wheelchair tennis, and he agrees with me, is when he gets deep, he gets deeper, he doesn't get into the points right. He's not in the points as advanced as he should be, but he does seem to be reluctant to come into the service box.
Yeah, which I find a little bit strange when you look at how good he is and how good hands he's got and the type of game that he can play. He's very deft at the volley. He uses the drop shot really well. But like you say, when you sometimes get pushed behind that baseline, he sort of goes into default mode where he's just happily pushing the ball back in the court. And I don't really see that being his strongest game.
To be fair, his serve held up pretty well. That sometimes can go off. Lefty serve, as we know, can be errant at times, but it looked pretty good at the weekend. Certainly when he came into the men's doubles final later in the day, that was working pretty well. And trying to analyse his game, would you say he works better as a doubles partnership than he does individually?
30
It's
seconds.
a tough one, isn't it? I think if he plays like he can in singles, I think he's a fantastic singles player. But again, you look at his game, and like we were talking about, he's got great volley, he's got great touch. Maybe that is the stronger area, but I still think he can play some really good singles.
Bit of a shame that these two are put together as early as they are in the draw. There's a quarter-final.
End of warm-up. Ready for play.
One's ranked 5 in the world, that's Heath Davidson. One's ranked 7 in the world, so that's why they are being put together early in this combination. So it's the Brit against the Australian. Their head-to-heads now are 11-10. It was 11-9 prior to Eastbourne. And of course,
first set.
Win for Heath Davidson in 3.
Heath Davidson to serve.
He's got a chance of levelling things up. So the early stage of their meetings, Andy had the better of it. And certainly on grass. And he's looking for his first victory over the Australian. Could today be the day?
Low 15. Out. Low 30. Low 40.
Good start. 3 points off the reel. Actually, in marked contrast to how they started in Eastbourne. Yeah, that's where he has to be careful, because the pace that can come off the Davidson racket.
Also choosing to use a slice off the return into the forehand of Davidson. Maybe needs to try and to direct it to the backhand side.
Fault. Game, lap turn.
Well, I thought it was a bit lucky there. Slightly betwixt and between shot from Andy, but did get the job done and breaks Davidson to 15.
Yeah, chose to go with a couple of drop shots early on. Smart play on the grass, especially in these heavier conditions. It's pretty cold out there. The ball's not going to be bouncing up.
Good start.
Andy lap turn to serve.
Andy Lapthorne. Let's see how the serve holds up. Talked a lot about the wind in Eastbourne, but I can't see a breath of wind here. Or maybe just a little bit on the back there. Yeah, just to say that. You can now hear it in our effects mic.
Not up.
Courts are immaculate though, aren't they? They're just like
15
a carpet.
See how far in Davidson comes this time.
Interesting, he chose not to cover the slice out wide on the ad side. Maybe he's going to have to shift his position over a little bit more. I think that's going to be the go-to serve for Lapthorne. Well, it's a go-to serve for all lefties, isn't it? The slider down that due side and the slider out wide on the ad.
Out 40 lap.
Hasn't got his range right yet.
Light first service.
I didn't hear it either, to be honest.
No, I think Heath knows it probably wasn't either, but obviously the umpire heard something.
Game, lap turn. Lap turn leads 2 games to left.
So they dropped 1 point in 2 games so far. Good, quick start. So they got good structure to the game. And, serve holding up nicely to Love. Pressure in the first set, now back on the Australian. Love 2.
Fault. Fault, low 15.
First double.
Love
Very
30.
effective. Straight back of the chair. Not a great deal you can do about that.
Especially when he's got that little bit of extra kick on it. And was always moving towards Davidson, just couldn't quite get out the way.
Out. Low 40.
It's a rudimentary mistake by Heath Davidson. Had the court open to him.
Yeah, he did. He's just come out a bit flat, hasn't he? Just hasn't really managed to string anything together.
Game, lap turn.
Well, he took
Lap turn leads,
the
3
advantage
games
of
to left.
that first break point. And this is a complete reversal of roles from how it was on Saturday. Those 3 games went the way of the Australian down on the south coast, here in south-west London. First 3 games go the way of Davidson, who has not actually turned up, really, in terms of his game.
No, he hasn't. There was a slight delay as well to play this morning, wasn't it? It was meant to kick off at 10:30, but started at 11. Maybe that's just thrown him a little bit.
Yeah, looking very comfortable, very confident. And this is exactly the kind of preparation he'd like for next week, as the quads go to Wimbledon, along with obviously the men's singles and the women's singles too, and indeed the doubles. See Andy with a smile on his face, obviously enjoying himself today, and why not double break? First set, 3-love.
Low 15.
Love it when he does that. Just takes all the way off it.
And again, seen that drop shot time and time again so
30,
far.
15.
Nice to see him moving forward, being a little bit more aggressive Great slice backhand down the line and a really good dig off that forehand half volley.
First rally of any note in the match.
Hopefully we'll see a few more of those.
Out 14, 15.
Really aggressive with that second serve as well. Added a little bit more pace. Was always sliding away from Davidson, forcing the error.
Yeah, when he
40,
gets
30.
into that service box area, he has those tricks and flicks. Don't want to bring him in too often because that's what he can do to you. He can hurt you from that kind of range.
And that forehand as well, isn't it? And that's a real danger shot for Davidson. Lapthorne, you're starting to worry a tiny bit. He's just starting to find the range, isn't he? Able to get so much work on that ball.
Well, from comfortable service hold it seemed to deuce. And a second serve to look at too for the Australian.
Advantage, Lapthorne. Out.
Give it a bit too much. Yes.
Deuce.
At least tell him that, because the idea was good, just a bit too much side spin on it, took it into the tram lines.
I always like watching Andy though. You always know what he's thinking. Not one to hide his emotions, is he?
Second deuce of this game.
Advantage, Lapthorne. Game, Lapthorne. Lapthorne leads 4 games to left.
Well, longest game by quite some way of the first set. But eventually got the job done. Double break and a double hold. Now, if you could get another break, take it to 5 love. So it's almost as good as done. And that will be sending him well on his way. So yeah, a chanter to himself.
Trying to be a little bit cute there. Obviously feeling that drop shot at the moment. Wind just picking up a little bit.
Yeah, so when we started, it was pretty still, but there's just a little bit of wind around, just having an effect on those kind of shots.
Out. 30 left.
One-two punch.
That was lovely, wasn't it? Really just cut under the ball nicely. Kept it nice and low. And that's what you got to do on a grass court. Really takes a slice well.
Out. Game, Davidson.
Well, that's the most comfortable by quite some way.
Service game we've seen 4-1
from Heath Davidson. He's on the board. It's 4-1 as they go for the change. So if you have just joined us, welcome to Roehampton for the Lexus British Open. Tell you what's coming next when this is done. We have a fair way to go on this yet, but then the British number 2 and the world number, well, the 4th seed at the moment, Gordon Reid up against Daniel Cavasashi of Spain. Then not before 1 o'clock, it'll be Alf Hewitt against Michael Schaefers. And we'll finish the day off on court 1 with Zhu of China up against Lucy Shuka. Those will be the 4 matches. So 1 quad, 2 men's singles, 1 women's singles on day 1. Those obviously all the courts are with matches. For example, Yui Kamiji is on court 2 right now. Deirdre Groot is also on court 2 to follow that. The number 1 in quad, Sam Schroeder, who was beaten by Andy Lapthorne, is 3rd on court 2. So we're coming down to Roehampton. Plenty of good wheelchair tennis to see on the first 4 days. 4-1, Lapthorne leads.
Out.
Saw there though, didn't you? Davidson just shifting over a little bit with his position, was able to cover that wide serve better. Got a better quality return on it.
$30-15. $30.
Just about to say, he set that point up so beautifully. Good deep serve, good return off the return, and just didn't finish it off. A bit of pressure on the Lapthorne serve here then.
Out.
Even more now.
30-40.
Funny how momentum can change in tennis, isn't it? 5 minutes ago, double break 4-love, Davidson barely winning a point, and all of a sudden, 1 hold on the board. Now he's got a break point to get one of the breaks back.
Game, Davidson.
Yeah, that was good aggression by the Australian. Gets one of the 2 breaks back. And it's 4-2. Just changed the game plan up a bit there. Did Davidson. A bit more aggression. Two-4. Set is far from done. Going well on the board. It's 3-4. Looks very different, doesn't it, from Love 4.
Low 15.
That also has the ability to make the ball die as well. It's some of those daisy cutters are almost impossible to get back.
Got to try and make sure he plays him at the right time there, doesn't he? He's got to make sure he pushes Davidson back with some nice aggressive hitting to then be able to use that drop shot. And the balls from Lapthorne have just been starting to drop a little bit too short.
$30-15. 40-15. Game, Davidson.
3 games in a row, and the bit like
new balls, please. Lapthorne leads 4-3.
Where Andy Lapthorne conceded the first 3. They went on to win the set. We're seeing a bit of a reverse here. Davidson coming to the 4, and Lapthorne unable to get any winners. They're all winners pretty much early on, but since then the this match has changed quite a bit. Still with a break, but needs to back it up for 5-3. So the game is just changing complexion just a little bit. Other quads around today, as I mentioned, Sam Schroeder is on court 2, 1 o'clock today, up against Guy Sasson of Israel. So Greg Slade is up against Niels Vink.
Time.
Court 3 a little bit later on. And Ahmet Kaplan, who is Heath Davidson's doubles partner, is up against Gary Cox. That will be the 3rd match on court 18.
Out.
Definitely been a lot more aggressive, isn't he, Davidson? He's just using that slide. He's really getting the ball to knife through the court. Good move forward, just didn't quite pull off the drive volley.
Fault. 15-all.
Great 1-2 punch from
30-15.
Serve set up the forehand.
Is that right?
Out.
No.
40-15.
2 players that you know how they're feeling about their game. Just give us a running commentary themselves, don't they? 2 points for 5-3.
Fault. Out. Game. Lapthorne.
That's better, says the British
Lapthorne
number 1.
lead 5-3.
And that's the first game he's won in 4. So he's back on track.
Again, there was more aggression, though, wasn't there, from Lapthorne? We spoke about this earlier on, didn't we? That's when he plays some of his best tennis, when he goes after the ball, goes after the serve a little bit more.
Nicely done.
Low 15.
Go, mate.
Out.
I always get the feeling with Andy, if he can keep the points short,
Love 30.
invariably he wins them.
Yeah, I think so. But again, I think it all comes back to that aggression, doesn't it? Again, those last two returns, pretty much within a foot of the baseline, forced the error from Davidson.
Love 14.
3 set points then for Andy Lapthorne. Only once has Heath Davidson held on to his serve so far.
Game and first set, Lapthorne.
That's a great
6
return.
games to 3.
And that's a good start. And exactly what he did the other day. 6-3, first set. Won it in a slightly different way, though.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be wanting a different outcome, though, for the final 2 sets. But again, I think he's got to take that encouragement from the last 2 games that he's played and just keep that momentum going forward. I really want him to start this second set with that aggression again.
Yeah, very impressive first set from Andy Lapthorne. Davidson got himself back into it after conceding the first 4 games. He was starting to make a bit of a set of it, but since then, I think he's gone for a comfort break as well, by the looks of things. Yeah, disappearing off for a comfort break. So Andy will sit there and just think about things. I'm trying to see if his coach is there, actually. Is his coach there? He will be, I'm sure. But, yeah, in the corner. But it's pretty much, yeah, having a look across. Very nice setup here for both the able-bodied juniors and also the wheelchair tennis here. Of course, last week being used as the qualification event for Wimbledon. These courts have been used, but they look manicured within each of their lives to me.
Yeah, I've played on these courts before and they are absolutely beautiful. I said earlier they look like a carpet, but just those stats from the first set. Lapthorne obviously better behind the first serve. Davidson's got to try and up those numbers a little bit more. But it was a little bit of a weird set, wasn't it? You thought Lapthorne was going to run away with it, 4-love up, had all the momentum, and Davidson just tried to find something, he was able to get it back, and then 2 really good games from Lapthorne to turn that set in his favour.
Yeah, it'd be interesting in the second set, see whether my theory on this is correct. You see 29 points or 18. If Andy keeps the points tight, then he invariably wins them. If it extends a little bit, then I think, so the example and the indications in the first set, very much like that. If there's a quite extended rally, Davidson was winning them for the most part.
I think that's when he's able to show his power, isn't he? And he's just able to dominate Lapthorne in those rallies. But absolutely, like you said, if he's able to keep them short and sharp, use that drop shot, use the slice, I think he's got a good chance. But again, it's whether he's able to keep that going. We've spoken about it time and time again. He just feels happier being further behind the baseline, doesn't he?
That's our chair umpire, David Armenta. Just checking on the whereabouts of Heath Davidson. Not quite sure how far the toilets are from here, to be honest, but might take a little while to negotiate that. And we're having a little think about things, making sure he's still in the zone. Certainly will be pretty happy with how it's gone. conditions. We mentioned weather-wise. You can see the trees are barely moving, but we are getting occasionally quite a gust of wind blows up. You heard our effects microphone not so long ago. It can get quite windy around these parts at the moment, though. Trees are barely moving. And just trying to stay in the zone, waiting for Heath to return, so much we've got Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt both involved. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid with their 50th title in doubles the weekend. 50 doubles titles.
It's a crazy number, isn't it? And I think that number is just going to keep growing and growing.
Could have done without this break, couldn't he? He could have done without this. Momentum very much in his direction. See, because it's I think it's a fair way from here to the. In fact, I can see him coming back now. Heath Davison is on the way back. He keeps checking to make sure. But we'll see the Australian return, coming back into position now. Right, so what does he have to do in the second set to change this round?
I think Davison just has to be a little bit more consistent. We saw so many errors, didn't we, initially in those opening 4 games. He just didn't get anything going, but we saw glimpses throughout that middle portion of the first set. I just think he needs to be a little bit more consistent, put the ball in the court, elongate the rallies a little bit more. You said about Lapthorne trying to keep them a little bit shorter. I think Davidson is going to be the opposite, isn't it? He's going to want to try and prolong these rallies a little bit more, use his power.
Yeah, well, what worked really well for Andy often in that first set is just playing the ball in quite short, making Davidson have to come racing in, and being more often than not short on the ball or unable to actually get it back at that stage. So he can make the ball die. He has that wonderful ability to just take the pace off it, and it just doesn't sit up at all. Double bounce, well, no double bounce is really hard to get to.
Well, especially on these courts as well, where it's so green, the ball is going to die a lot. So such a clever play to use.
Well, he's back. I'm talking on the Wimbledon coverage about whether comfort break is the right description, but I think it suits, doesn't it? It kind of works.
I think so.
Right, set under his belt. Andy Lapthorne to serve.
Light, first service. Lap. Lap.
Play a very smart game so far.
40 lap.
Go behind the chair. Impossible to retrieve.
Fault.
That's the short one, isn't it?
40-15.
Don just wasn't able to get any depth on that return. Davidson had all of that service box to hit into. Really nice touch.
Out.
careless.
40-30.
Putting himself back under pressure, but he doesn't need to be here. Second double fault for Lapthorne. Quite at the moment, start to set two he wanted.
Just dropped the ball way too short, didn't he? That's what we were talking about. He's got to be able to get the depth to be able to use the shorter drop shots. That time, way too short. Davidson again, able to slice through that backhand, push it deep.
Deuce.
Such a good return from Davidson.
Advantage, Davidson.
Just a little fist pump as well towards his team. Maybe just the start of something. Getting a bit of adrenaline going.
Game,
do.
Davidson.
Well, first
game, second set.
time has really been in the ascendant here. He gets his name on the board first and second set. And, well, it was a real mix of a game, that, because Andy seemed to be well on his way at the beginning. But, lost the momentum, a couple of errant shots. Now Heath Davidson will feel the wind, which is starting to come up in his sails now. And it's the first game. One love.
Left.
Really don't think that break helped Andy at all.
No. I think Davidson knew exactly what he was doing. It's a good way of just breaking the momentum, isn't it?
Left. Out.
Curious shot.
I think he got caught in two minds there, didn't he? It looked like he wanted to move forward and take it on, but it just sort of died on him. Ended up having to try and hit the half volley. They're always tough shots to try and be able to maneuver. Pushed it wide that time.
3 points for 2-love. That's more like it.
40-50.
Makes you wonder why he doesn't try that more often. Especially in that game, in that previous game where he was 40-love up. You want to see him maybe just take a couple of chances on a few of those forehands.
It was like kind of getting a spider to trap a fly at that one. I guess there was about 3 or 4 chances to win that point.
I know, I was going to say it's a bit of a cat and mouse game, wasn't it? Lapthorne just knowing exactly where Davidson was going to hit the ball.
Out game, Davidson.
Bit of a waste. Got back into it, but
Davidson
wasn't able to
2 games to left.
put too much pressure on the Davidson serve in the end. So 6-3 to Lapthorne, fairly comfortable, but not looking as comfortable in set number 2. That early break. So what Lapthorne will be hoping doesn't happen is what happened to his opponent in the first set. He went 4-love down. Not quite an irretrievable situation, but difficult. As is, he's 2-love down with that break.
Out.
Wonder how much of the match last weekend as well is in Lapthorne's head. Obviously very similar score so far. Exactly the same first set for Lapthorne, but really struggled from then on out.
Out. 15-on.
Pretty potent weapon when it works well, that first serve.
And it works well though when he really commits to the hit. You sometimes see him slowing down the racket on contact. He's really got to trust himself, get that racket moving a little bit quicker.
Third double for Lapthorne.
Please take your seat, please. Thank you.
Did very well to win that point. Had no real expectation of doing so at the early part of that point, but gives himself a point for 1-2.
Let for service. Game, Lapthorne.
So he's on the board.
Davidson leads 2-1.
In the second set. This one's not going to essentially run away from him like it did in Eastbourne a few days ago. 6-3, first set, 25 minutes. Was 4-love up, was Davidson, came back a bit, but Lapthorne seeing it out, and now it's got a foothold in the second set. First of the matches on court 1. It's quad singles quarter-final. We have action for you over 4 days. All singles today. Doubles will come into play tomorrow and on Wednesday as well. The forecast for tomorrow was not all that promising a couple of days ago. It's looking much better for Wednesday than it did. Strange kind of day, very low dark clouds, but don't seem to, touching wood, if this is wood, probably Formica or something, doesn't seem to be having any rain-bearing clouds above us. So I think we might be set fair today. So it's not exactly summery conditions, it's more like October or November outside our window, but still. 2-1. And Davidson to serve.
Davidson just starting to read those from Lapthorne, isn't he? He was already on the move. And that's where Lapthorne's just got to make sure he doesn't get too predictable. Keep varying up the returns. Go for the depth and then mix in with those short drop shots. So I mean about too predictable. Davidson was literally on the move already. He was there and waiting.
Let for serve.
Just not enough attack on the return for me. Setting up fairly easy winner potentially for Davidson every time at the moment.
Game Davidson.
Yeah, pretty comfortable. Comfortable hold to love.
Davidson leads.
That's what's happening
3
for
games to 1.
Andy Lapthorne in the first set. But again, a bit like their encounter at the weekend. Just heading in the direction of the Australian right now. Let's see what Andy can do in game number 5.
Struggling though, isn't he, Lapthorne, to get any traction in these rallies. Again, he's just been happy to stay a little bit further behind the baseline, but that's when I think Davidson is so dangerous.
Out. 15-on.
Just been reading the game better as well, hasn't he, Davidson? Understanding what Lapthorne's going to do.
Out. 15-13.
waiting for that, isn't he?
15-14.
You'd love to see him just take it on the first bounce. It loses all the momentum.
2 break points for the Australian for a 4-1 lead. I'll do it. He's been too passive. Way too passive again.
4 games to
Very
1.
similar to the pattern of the match in Eastbourne. To the first set. Just didn't push on. 4-1. It's not done and dusted yet, but momentum swing is big in the direction of the Australian. He's watching Andy in his chair, putting his arm out wide. What can I do? Well, revert back to where you were in set 1, I'd suggest.
Yeah, sometimes it's easier watching from the sidelines, isn't it? But you're absolutely right. You can just see the frustration all over his face, muttering towards his team, but I think the tactics are pretty simple for him. You've got to go after it a little bit more. Can't let Davidson dominate these rallies, which he has been, especially in this second set.
Yeah, blink of an eye, second set could have gone. So chance to retrieve it. Need to break. Get himself back in there. Can't start yet because the umpire's just climbing back into his chair.
Time.
Well, they were ready, you weren't.
Out. 15 left. Out. 30 left. Left. Game Davidson.
It's crumbling. Davidson it's all falling apart a bit.
5 games to 1.
He needs to just try and stop the rot, doesn't he? Even if this second set is in the bag for Davidson virtually, he just needs to try and gain a little bit of momentum. That's an unbelievable pickup. Spoke about Lapthorne wanting to get some depth, and he certainly did on that one, but nothing he could do against the Davidson reply.
That was just too good. Just too good.
Out. 15 on. Out. 30-15.
Just a few spits and spots on our camera lens there. raining.
(40-15).
Obviously with wheelchairs, they have to come off a bit earlier than they do for able-bodied tennis if it is raining.
Well, especially on the grass as well, isn't it? They get damp very, very quickly, whereas the clay can handle a few spots of rain.
Out. Deuce.
And it's another game where Lapthorne had a big advantage. It's gone back to deuce.
Nicely placed, right in the corner.
Lapthorne.
The Australian pretty much couldn't get to it. Could lay a racket on it, but couldn't control it. So he's got himself into an advantage point. Don't think the rain is heavy with the occasional spot. Can't see any umbrellas or anything, so I think we're okay.
Ominous clouds in the distance, just at the back of the court. It's looking a little bit darker. Hopefully they stay away though.
Fault.
Davidson will be all over this second, so if you wait and see.
Out.
Not effective though.
Advantage.
He was on the prowl, wasn't he? He was moving forward well inside the baseline. Just didn't quite get contact out the middle of the racket.
Deuce.
What do we say at this point? Never a good time for a double.
No, there isn't.
It's double number 4, by the way.
Slow down the racket head speed again, though. On the prowl again, wasn't he, Davidson? That time finding the range, finding his mark.
And bring up the first set point to make it 1 set all.
Out.
Good retrieving by the British number 1.
Deuce.
Really nice way to finish at the point. Lapthorne doing everything he could.
Davidson.
Throwing those balls up into the sky. Davidson dealt with them really well.
Second set point for the number 1 seed. Sorry, number 5 as he is here.
Deuce.
Back to deuce again.
Out.
Curious shot.
Smart use of the body serve.
Lapthorne.
Wasn't really anything he could do to get out of the way. That was the only shot that was left open to him. Looks slightly unorthodox though, doesn't it?
don't do it, Andy.
Deuce.
Don't want to ruin these beautiful grass courts.
Was tempted. Back to deuce.
Ladies and gentlemen, play suspended.
Oh, we have a bit of extra rain. And at 1-5 and deuce. Looks like we are going to have a suspension. The rain doesn't look from our commentary position to be very heavy. Conversation with the players. Obviously the referee will have set a piece, but no court covering at the moment. But we are going to have a suspension in play for a few minutes. Don't think very long. The players are going to stay out there. They're going to go back to the locker rooms. I think they wait and see what the local weather forecast says. Just checking how wet the surface is. Obviously, as we said, wheels rather than just feet on a grass court can slip and slide quite a bit. But I don't think the delay is going to be terribly long by the looks of things. Court coverers are around in case needed, but from our vantage point, which is admittedly indoors, looking outside, I can't see a lot of rain, can you?
No, it just looks like it's that annoying drizzle. But again, on those grass courts, it takes the rain, doesn't it? So you've got to be so careful. But hopefully, with a bit of wind, it'll just blow those clouds over, dry the courts off quickly, so we shouldn't have too much of a delay.
Right, so for the time being, as we have no place to talk about, we'll spring up to date on where we are. 6-3 to Andy Lapthorne, first set, 25 minutes. And when rain brought a halt to proceedings, it was 1-5 on the Lapthorne serve and deuce. And the Australians already had set points, hasn't taken them yet. It's deuce on the Lapthorne serve. 1-5. We will return, hopefully fairly soon, with some more action.
This is a player announcement. All matches to resume to court. All matches to return to court, please. Thank you.
3 minutes. Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Lexus British Open match resumption. First round being played best of 3 tiebreak sets. Right of the chair, Australia, Heath Davidson. Left of the chair, Great Britain, Andy Lapthorne. At the moment of suspension, the match was first set, Lapthorne 6-3. We are playing the second set with Davidson leading 5-1 and deuce. Lapthorne is serving. 1 minute.
Shall I come do my job, mate? He's pretty much said it all. Welcome back to Roehampton and to the Lexus British Open wheelchair tennis here with Andy Lapthorne, as you just heard, playing Heath Davidson, the Brit up against the Australian. 6-3 first set to the #1 Brit. Very different story, though, in the second set when rain came. Wasn't very heavy rain, just a bit of light rain, which took them off the court for about 40 minutes.
30 seconds.
It was 5-1 on the Lapthorne serve and deuce. Very different order to the second set from the first, and already 2 set points have been saved by Andy Lapthorne. Had a bit of a break himself this time. Hopefully got some thoughts in his head about how he manoeuvres his way back in, or
end of warm-up.
And does he think, well, this set's gone anyway, I'll put everything into the effort for the third set?
No, I think he's still going to try and do a few things in this second set, but obviously he's probably looking ahead to that third set. But you've got to try and stop the momentum. We spoke about that. Davidson absolutely does have it. He's the one who's been a lot more aggressive in this second set, but I'd really like for Lapthorne to come out, try and get all guns blazing a little bit, just try and step on the accelerator a little bit more, just get something going for that third set. We saw especially in the opening set, had a lot more success when he was being more aggressive. In the second set, he's just been a little too passive.
Yeah, former top 50 WTA player Anna Smith with me for the next few days. And once this one is done, we'll have some men's singles for you. Daniel Kawasashi up against Gordon Reed. Alfie Hewitt, defending champion from Eastbourne just a few days ago, up against Michael Schaefer's. And then it'll be Zhu of China up against Lucy Shuker. That's in the fourth match. Right, underway we are again.
Advantage, Davidson.
Yeah, not quite the start that Andy would have liked. Third set point for Davidson.
Out. Game and second set, Davidson.
So
6-1.
He took 2 points.
One
and that second set is resolved in favour of the Australian. We'll get the tail of the tape in a moment, all the stats, but I think we can fairly comfortably predict it's all going to be very favourable from the Australians' point of view, and not that dissimilar, as I say, to how things were in the previous encounter 3 days ago. Lapthorne won the first, and Davidson won the second, so Let's see what happens in the third now. I think we're going to get some stats for you fairly soon. Here they are.
Yeah, I mean, that first serve points one stat is really the key one there, wasn't it? Lapthorne was ahead in that opening set, sort of those mid-50 ranges. Heath Davidson was down in the 40s, and it's been completely turned on its head. 82% of first serve points won. Lapthorne didn't even create one break point opportunity. Davidson was all over that Lapthorne serve. That's going to be a key area that Lapthorne has got to try and change, got to try and make a few more first serves, got to try and in a couple of his opening service games, just put a little bit of pressure on the Davidson game.
Well, balls are back on the racket of the Australian. You balls as well.
Fault.
No, I thought we were playing 3 tie-break sets, but they put up 1 point to 0, which I don't think is correct, is it? Or is it? I thought we were playing 3 tie-break sets.
Well, I mean, you'd hope the umpire would know what's going on.
So are we playing championship tie-break, or are we not?
Doesn't seem like anyone knows what's going on.
15 left.
Because I'm sure he said 3 tie-break sets.
That's what I thought I heard as well, but...
Well, which case... Well, players... Because at Eastbourne, we did play 3 tie-break sets.
Yeah, I think I heard him just say 15 love, if my ears aren't mistaking me. I think it's just a scoreboard that maybe needs to be changed.
We need some clarification. Okay. Well, you can't see him on camera, but Heath is laughing a lot because he's can't quite work out how we don't know this.
Fault.
Much better point there from Lapthorne.
15
a lot closer to the baseline. Being a lot more aggressive.
Well, it's been called 15 all, so ignore what's on your screen because it's not correct. First 2 bits are correct, but the 3rd bit is not. Gonna throw our graphics team completely. Yeah, we are playing a tie-break set, not first to 10, not championship tie-break. It is a normal set.
It's more like we saw in the opening set, wasn't it, from Lapthorne?
15-30.
Knowledge by the Australian. That's good, mate. And good few points. So obviously we'll try and keep up to date with the score as best we can because we have to change our graphics a little bit in a moment. But 15-30 on the Davidson serve. Moonball time.
15-40.
Clever shot though, wasn't it? Was able to get that height and that depth. You saw a little puff of chalk come up from that baseline.
So, 2 break points straight off. Beginning of this third set. Well, make that
30-40.
Not sure that was the right shot to go for. A little bit too low. Really hard to hit a drop shot when it's just dying on you.
Out.
Missed opportunity there for Lapthorne, wasn't it? We're both sat here willing him to move forward. Again, just choosing to stay so far behind the baseline. Use those moonballs, this time just pushing it long. A couple of missed break points there.
Back to Deuce.
Fault. Out. Advantage, Lapthorne.
So another break point. Opening game of this third set. Just to remind you, or just to update you, it is a normal tie-break set.
Not up. Deuce. Let first service.
Frustrating miss there.
Advantage, Davidson.
Had it on his forehand. Tried to go after it.
Well, his chances. Might still have another one, but handing the advantage back to Heath Davidson at this stage.
That was much better. Again,
Huge.
assertive from the return. What he would have given to have that return in the previous point. Needs to try and look to be aggressive, step in on this one.
Certainly on the second serve anyway. Got a chance now to put this one away. That's better.
Advantage, Lapthorne.
Oh, and he finds it, doesn't he? Thought that was going to edge long. Lapthorne was just looking at it, willing it to go long, but he finds the line.
Back to Deuce.
Not sure that shot was there, was it?
Advantage.
High on that backhand side to go for the angle cross-court drop shot. Maybe just running out of some ideas in these longer rallies.
So there's kind of keep it simple, stupid examples there. That was probably the least likely option of all the things he could have gone for. Really.
Yeah, lowest percentage shot, wasn't it?
Game, Davidson.
First ace of the match.
First game, final set.
Keith Davidson on the board, early stages of the third set by a game to love. Well, Andy will be kicking himself because there were 3 good opportunities there. We could have got the early breakthrough. A couple of decisions that didn't quite work in his favour. He now has the balls at love 1.
Got to try and find a way to put that disappointment behind him. Obviously had those breakpoint opportunities in the previous game. Probably feel like he should be a break ahead.
Out, 15-all.
Much better first serve there. Sliding into the body.
Fault. 15-30.
5 doubles to only 1 from his Australian opponent. Oh, and his first ace to back it up.
30-all. Out.
That was a tough point from both players, wasn't it?
30.
Lapthorne did so well, pushed Davidson really far behind the baseline. You thought that was maybe the perfect opportunity to go for the drop shot.
Fault. Game, Lapthorne.
Well, did put the disappointment of dropping that first game.
1 game all.
I say dropping, it wasn't on his serve, obviously, but in fact, it seemed like a drop because he had 3 break points, but gets himself parity. Beginning of the third set, it's 1 game apiece. Just seeing the doubles draws through. When they go to the chair next time, we'll give you a little detail of who the doubles matches might be tomorrow.
Low 15. Fault.
Really good defence there from Davidson. Lapthorne again trying to use that higher ball, push him back, but came back with interest this time. Was always moving away from the left-hander.
Fault. $30-15.
Davidson showing all his defensive skills in that rally.
40-15.
Moving from one side to the other. Lapthorne will probably be wondering how he didn't win that point.
Fault. $40-30.
That's it. That's what he looked for. That's what he wanted. That's what he liked a few times before that. But that's the response. That's the return that Lapthorne was looking for. Again, pressure back on the Australian serve. Don't think he was expecting that one to be floated in like that.
Davidson.
Great return again. Got a bit more depth on it. Again, that slice.
Not finding it easy on his serve at the moment, Davidson. Break point in the last one. Oh, and he's sniffing another one potentially here.
That's the return. You maybe wonder, he was inside the court, could have maybe been a little bit more aggressive with that. Chose to go straight down the middle to the Davidson forehand. Left the open court, was made to pay.
Ooh. Well, there are margins and there are margins. And we were both craning our necks to see whether that was going to land in or not. Wasn't terribly optimistic when they left the Lapthorn racket, but it did land right on the line.
That is perfection, isn't it?
So, like the opening service game of the set, so this one's turning out to be a very difficult one for the Australian to win.
Just didn't do again enough with the return. Just looking a little bit exasperated, isn't he? We can see here from our commentary box. He'll be feeling like this is a few missed opportunities here.
Shake of the head a couple of times. These are the chances that I've taken them in the first game, and this game would have been 3-love up by now.
Fault. Out. Deuce.
Well, you can hear the come on from Andy Lapthorn. Needs to construct another good point, give himself a chance of another break here. Another break point he's got.
Advantage, Lapthorn.
Okay, what's he do now?
I think he's got to go for it. I think we've seen a few too many times on these breakpoint opportunities. He's just been willing to just push the ball back in the court. If you're going to lose the point, at least take a risk.
Fault.
Especially on this second serve, you've got to be moving in, hunting it down.
Got to come in on this.
Fault. Game.
Doesn't need to.
Lapthorn.
Double fault. That will do
Lapthorn
it.
leads 2-1.
It's only a second double fault from Heath Davidson, coming at the worst possible time, handing the break to Andy Lapthorn. We'll talk more about that. What has surprised me, I was not aware there will not be a Hewitt and Reed combination in the doubles.
I know.
Just looked at the doubles draw and went, well, where are they? And they're not there.
No.
So defending champions from Eastbourne are not in Roehampton. Well, they're here in individual capacity, but not together.
Probably trying to save some energy for next week, aren't they?
So number 1 seeds will be Martin De La Puente and Joachim Gerard. Number 2 seeds, Tom Eberink and Michael Schaefers.
Time.
So quite a few Brits in there. Ben Bartram's with Daniel Kawasaki and Andrew Penny and Dallin Ward will be together as well. That's the men's doubles draw. It's been made, but say no Reed and Hewitt in the draw here.
Oh, that is nice, isn't it? He's not one for
50
playing
left.
high percentage shots, is he? His coaches must be pulling their hair out sometimes when they see what he's going to go for, but this time pulled it off.
Out. 30 left.
Yes, got kind of echoes and feelings of the beginning of the first set again here, isn't it?
Seems a lot more fired up though, doesn't he, Lapthorn? You could just see a little bit of a fist pump towards his box.
40 left.
This is what you like to see from Lapthorn as well, isn't it? I think that's when he plays some of his best aggressive tennis, when there's a little bit of fire in the belly. And he's got a little bit more energy, showing some good body language here.
Game, Lapthorn.
At the moment, Davidson cannot buy a return off the
Lapthorn leads 3-1.
Lapthorn serve. So
Final set.
going the way of the Brit for the time being. Now if he could get a double break here, potentially well on his way to that semi-final.
Fault. Out. 15 left.
Those are the kind of points that really annoy me. Because that is such an unforced error, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got so much time to decide what you want to do with that ball.
A little bit of a nothing shot, isn't it?
Out.
Needs to just try and make sure
30
he
left.
thinks about what's got him to this point in the match so far, especially in this third set. Needs to just keep on doing the same thing.
Out.
Had to be the lob. So the lob was ill-directed.
Fault. 40-15.
Third double, but slightly better time to do it this time round, not on a break point.
Game. Davidson.
Always amazes me how many times that happened. Happened with Andy Lapthorne earlier in the match. Double fault followed by an ace. Oh, he's not happy with it.
No, he definitely doesn't agree. And when Andy doesn't agree, he lets it be known, doesn't he? Normally on the grass, so there's a little puff of chalk that comes up if it does clip the line. Obviously, he didn't see that this time.
He's not for changing his
Lapthorne
mind.
3-2, final set.
Right, so how's that break? Can he capitalise on the break? 3-2. Going to go for their change of end. So while they're doing that, I think I could probably give you the doubles draw for the women. Number 1 seed, Yui Kamiji and Kufatso Onjane from South Africa. That'll be the number 1 seeds. Number 2, Dida de Groot and Yiska Griffion. Yiska was partnering Lucy Schuker at the weekend at Eastbourne. They managed to win the women's doubles title. And for this one, Lucy Schuker's with Angelica Bernal. We'll see Abby Breakwell with Emmanuelle Morch, the French woman. That's in the women's doubles draw. Got the quad draw. I'll bring that for you the next break.
Out. Low 15. $15.
Much more aggressive there from Davidson again, making his move.
Yeah, no pace on that second serve. He was able to take full advantage on it.
It's out there again, didn't it?
15-14.
Right into the zone of that forehand slice. Made no mistake going down the line.
2 break points, 2 break back points for Heath Davison after the early incision by Lapthorne. Why don't you give him a second look at that? Well, it's okay in the end, but
13-14.
put that first effort away. Loads of court to do it.
Got away with it, didn't it? Davidson was just being way too nice on some of those passing shots. I think thought he'd already won the point. Really clever shot there again from Lapthorne. Times throughout this match he's really used that higher ball. Is that me, or does it look like there is a little bit of rain in the air?
Yeah, some more on our camera lens, I'm afraid, as you can see. I want to get this game finished. Last time we went off it was mid-game.
Out.
Got the advantage point. Needs to finish this one off.
Lapthorne.
That'll do.
Game.
That'll do. If they are going to go off, a good time for them to do so, but
4-2.
no indication from the umpire that they're going to at the stage. So maybe it's just a little spit spot on our camera lens, not too much of a concern. It's pretty filled in above us though. I've got to say there are some rather dirty looking black clouds up there. But at the moment we are carrying on. The light's not brilliant either. But that break has been backed up.
Really got the momentum, hasn't he? You can just see in the body language so much energy from the Lapthorne side of the court. It's really going to be trying to push to get that double break, as you mentioned. Always nice to have that safety blanket.
Looks energized to me.
Love 30.
Much more presence as well, isn't it? I think that rain is picking up, it's getting harder. You can just see it on the camera there. A few umbrellas going up around the courts as well.
What's that noise? Don't know what that noise was, but very effective from a Lapthorne point of view. Keep an eye on the umpire, see whether he's going to bring things to a halt, but no, carrying on. Ooh, just on the line.
15-40.
Don't think he meant it to be that accurate.
Didn't give himself any margin fair, and luckily for the Australian, he did find the side edge of the line. Needs a couple more of those, though.
Yeah, 2 break points still for Lapthorne.
$30-40. Fault.
That's the one you want to see him being more aggressive on. It was sat there. He was so far inside the court.
So 3 break points come and go, and that's the rain. We can now physically see it, visibly see it. I don't think it'll be too long before they get dragged off again. Ooh, right on the line.
Lapthorne.
Well, 4th break point of this game for Lapthorne. With that rain coming down, he want to finish this off, surely. Because it may well come off after this game.
Game, Lapthorne. Lapthorne leads 5-2, final set.
So, a game away. Are they going to get a chance to finish this match at this stage? Or, well, the Australians talking to the umpire. Are they going to carry on? Davidson's not happy. He's got kind of a mixture of smile and grimace, but 5-2 with a chance to serve it out. Surely Andy Lapthorne's going to want to do that. He's going to be partnering Guy Sasson of Israel in the quad doubles. Heath Davidson with Ahmet Kaplan like he was last weekend. Eastbourne. New partner for Greg Slade, not Andy this time, but Gary Cox and Sam Schroeder. All Dutch combination with him and Niels Vink. That would be the quad semis. Oh, so the quad quarters, I should say. 4 matches there. I think I was right the first time I actually semis yet. I heard Heath Davidson say it's so wet, man.
Well, I have to say, I'm quite surprised that they've left them on, because it was raining a lot less when they brought them off court the last time around.
So, a rather elongated and sometimes truncated quarter-final. Andy Lapthorne has 2 match points.
Game,
and 1 is all he needs.
2 sets to 1. 6-3, 1-6, 6-2.
Well, topsy-turvy it was. Very comfortable first set for the Brit. Then relinquished the second, 6-1. And well, he very much got the job done.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our players, Heath Davidson and Andy Lapthorne.
Well, I think we're getting an interview, so that makes it now 12-10 to Andy over Heath Davison. That is his first victory.
So, tournament announcement. Subject to no further rain, we will resume all matches in 8 minutes. That's subject to no further rain. We will resume all matches in 8 minutes' time.
I was about to say that was Andy Lapthorne's first win over Heath Davison on grass. Never beaten him on grass before.
No, I think he's going to be pretty happy that he was able to get his revenge from last week. And one thing that's going to really impress him is the mentality as well that he showed. Really showed that resilience, dug in. Easily could have got frustrated at those breakpoint opportunities he missed in those opening couple of games, but just stepped on the aggression. And that's the thing. Hopefully he can take a lot of confidence from this, the way he performed, especially in that third set.
Well, tell the Australians not very happy. I'm going to chat to David Almenta, our umpire, about how that went. But I think, well, we're going to get an interview with Andy. I'm not sure. I think potentially yes. So quick, yeah, I think we are going to hear from Andy off the back of that. And then to come, Gordon Reid up against Daniel Cavacic of Spain. That'll be with us to provide the rain doesn't carry on too much. That'll be on in a few minutes' time, but let's get some words of wisdom from Andy on the court, I think.
Well, Andy Lapthorne, congratulations. That is a win for you on the first day of the Lexus British Open. You must be delighted with that win as well.
Yeah, bit of a mental battle there, to say the least. Not afraid to say that the rain probably saved me there. Heath, I know from last week that it's never over after a set against him. Obviously, he come back last week and was in a really tough spot there in the middle of that second set mentally, and luckily for me the rain come and I managed to regroup and come out on the right side of it this time.
Of course, as you mentioned, you won that first set in the final Eastbourne last week. That must have been on your mind today as well when you went a set up and you just had to dig deep to get through the match.
Yeah, especially when you've got 40 love first game, I think 15-40 second game. Yeah, your mind starts to wander, and that was part of the battle there. And like I say, the rain came at the perfect time for me. Managed to get off, regroup, stick to the game plan, and it's not easy conditions out here today. It's pretty cold. It's a soft court. So yeah, it's going to be tough for all the players out here, but yeah, just pleased to get a win.
Absolutely. New venue for the Lexus British Open, of course, here at Roehampton. Enjoying the week so far. It must help when you get a win, of course.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and obviously I trade next door, so it's a nice local one for me, and it's always nice to play at home. We spend so much time on the road, so any chance we get to play at home is great, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the week.
Absolutely. Well done. Congratulations again. We'll see you later in the week. Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Lapthorne.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, 6-3, 1-6, 6-2 for Andy Lapthorne.
So if you're here on court number one, stay right where you are, because we will have our second match on court one coming up very soon. That involves Daniel Cavacic up against Gordon Reid. That's coming up for you shortly here on court number one. Or indeed, of course, please feel free to have a wander around this venue at Roehampton for the Lexus British Open to catch any of the other matches happening on our courts. We have the juniors taking part as well today as well, ongoing. So please do have a look around. And we'll be back here on court number one very soon.
Right, we'll give you the introductions to Daniel Cavacic against Gordon Reid, but just some closing thoughts on Andy Lapthorne's win.
I mean, I think he summed it up pretty well, didn't he? Good first set, and then he got saved by the rain. obviously the momentum wasn't on his side and he needed to just regroup and, like he said, go back to the tactics that were working in that first set. And he did have to dig deep in that third set. I'm sure that match in Eastbourne was in the back of his mind, but he's going to take a lot of confidence from that moving forward this week.
So that's that one done. We'll move on to the men's singles round of 16. Next, Daniel Kawasaki against Gordon Reid. Back with that action in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
So whilst we have a little break in play here on court number 1, just to let you know about the LTA's tennis parks. The LTA has partnered with Barclays, aiming to get 150,000 people playing tennis, rolling out across the nation in 100 public parks by the end of 2024. Barclays Free Parks Tennis will see free 1-hour volunteer-led tennis sessions take place on either Saturday or Sunday at 10 AM at public parks throughout England, Scotland and Wales, giving people the chance to enjoy the benefits of tennis, whether their goals are improving their health, meeting new people or simply trying out a new sport this summer. The sessions will be run by the LTA, trained volunteers from the local community with all tennis equipment provided as well. So far, 175 volunteers have already received training for the role, with recruitment for new Barclays activators currently ongoing. That's the LTA partnering with Barclays for tennis parks. So welcome along to the first day of the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton, everybody. Great to have you here for the first day of the tournament today. Please welcome our players onto court one for our second match of the day. It is, of course, from Spain, Daniel Cavasacci, and from Great Britain, Gordon Reid. So let's meet our players for this second match on court one on day one of the Lexus British Open at Roehampton. To the right of the umpire's chair, Great Britain's Gordon Reid, born in 1991. Reid, of course, hails from Scotland and has a stunning career to his name. A Paralympic gold, silver and bronze medal winner. He has 2 Grand Slam singles titles to his name, whilst his 24 Grand Slam doubles titles are unmatched. Currently ranked number 5 in the world in singles. Please welcome Great Britain's Gordon Reid. And to the left of the umpire's chair, from Spain, Daniel Cavasacci is 30 years old, hailing from Madrid. He represented Spain at the 2012, 2016 and 2020 Paralympics, and in Tokyo became the first Spanish Paralympian tennis player to reach the quarter-finals. Please give it up for Daniel Cavasacci. Our umpire for this match will be Luiz Parada from Brazil.
So welcome back to Roehampton. Second match of the day on court number 1 is, as you just heard, round of 16 men's singles between Daniel Cavasacci of Spain and the number 4 seed here, Gordon Reid. It is their 8th meeting and their first one on grass. Previous to this, 2 meetings on clay, 2 meetings on clay, 5 on hard, all of which have gone the way of Gordon Reid. Let's look at their recent encounters. The World Team Cup back in May, 6-3, 6-4 for Reid, 6-love, 6-2 on the hard court at the Japan Open back in April. Clay-wise, 6-1, 6-love. Let's go back to 2020. So they've actually only met twice in the last 4 years. It's their 3rd meeting since 2020. So looking at recent encounters, really that's all we can go by. Gordon Reid, as I mentioned in commentary on the Andy Lapthorne match earlier, is not doing doubles with his partner Alfie Hewitt. So all about the singles here for Gordon, who has been number 1, was number 1 in the world in 2016. His singles ranking has dropped a little bit, but always a difficult customer, just on the basis of being a lefty, I'd say.
Yeah, and especially on the grass courts as well. I think it suits him. Again, he loves that slice backhand, doesn't he? He loves the drop shots. He's not afraid to come forward to the net, and he obviously seems to have his opponent's number, doesn't he? 7-0, not a bad record against someone.
Yeah, first meeting on grass. We're interested to see what the Spaniard could do, as you had mentioned, is the only Spaniard on the wheelchair tennis circuit, who's made a quarter-final, did last time in Rio, and we'll be hoping to do something similar in Paris. Of course, Paris this time round will be on clay for the Paris.
Yeah, it will be interesting, won't it? Again, Gordon pretty decent on clay as well. I'm sure he'll be looking for a good showing, especially with Alfie as well. They'll be in that hunt for that gold medal.
That's interesting for the Paralympics. They had grass 2012, 2016 was hard court, 2021 as it turned out was hard court, clay this time. So Paralympians like Gordon Reid will have been playing on all three surfaces by the time they complete this year's Paralympics.
It's nice having a change though, isn't it? Because obviously some players have a preference for a surface that they like, but it's obviously the last sort of 12 years there's been a variety of surfaces, all the surfaces that we play on, so it's given every player an opportunity.
Yeah, Gordon Reid, as you mentioned, lefty. That combination with him and Alfie Hewitt has been so important, and as we mentioned, 50 titles for them, 50th coming up in Eastbourne last weekend. It's always interesting in the draw that he and Alfie often get drawn together, as indeed they were at Eastbourne last week in the quarterfinals, so they don't often avoid each other. You must have played your doubles partners quite often in singles. What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, it's never fun. Obviously, you're playing someone you know extremely well, so there's no secret in terms of knowing your games inside out, and it's always comes down to the person who executes best on the day. But yeah, you always feel a little bit strange. There's always that little bit of extra apprehension going into the match, but I'm sure they remain very professional, and they know that they've just got a job to do out there, and they stay friends off the court once the match is finished.
Great. Also, of course, we'll see Gordon and Alfie and all the top wheelchair tennis players next week, Wimbledon. And Alfie Hewitt really, really wants to win Wimbledon. That's the big thing on his card. They've done it as a duo, but Alfie Hewitt is in the form he's in at the moment, having won Eastbourne. Brucey can do it on grass, wants to do it next week.
Well, there's no reason why he can't. He's obviously got the game for it, but obviously there's that extra added pressure of obviously being a home slam and the one title that he wants to win more than anything, and it's just going to be a case of how he deals with that. I think it's just he's got to try and look at it as just another tournament, just take one match at a time, just put his game out on the court, but it's obviously easier said than done.
There isn't that same pressure for Melbourne, which he's won, or indeed the French Open, which he's won. You know, there isn't anywhere near that because you're not in front of a home crowd who have expectations of you.
No, and obviously the more often he plays it, the more he's going to think, oh, you know, these years are ticking by. But again, like I said, I think he's just got to think about it and try and maybe have a slightly different approach. Just take one match at a time. Just really focus on the process and not the outcome. I know it's such a cliche when, you know, all these sports psychologists say focus 1 point at a time, one match at a time. But it really is such a big thing in tennis.
And what about Gordon? Because, you know, I would never discount him in terms of potentially winning Wimbledon. You know, if all the kind of stars aligned and everything else, is he still a possibility? Does he still have a chance of winning Wimbledon?
Well, he's always a threat. As long as you're in the draw, you've always got a chance to win, right? And he's got the weapons for it. It's just, does he maybe just need a little bit more firepower? Is that maybe just an area of his game that he could be lacking?
Well, we'll see what the firepower is like today as we get this round of 16 match between Kawasaki and Gordon Reid underway. He will serve first.
Out. 15 love.
Gets so much work on the ball, doesn't he? Wasn't a bad return from Kawasaki, but Gordon got up there so quickly.
Net for serve.
Such a clever serve, that kick serve out wide, especially playing against a fellow lefty. It's just going to always be moving into that backhand corner.
Out. Game, Reed. First game.
Pretty comfortable hold for Gordon Reid, and as has been pointed out to me, of course, Gordon Reid did win the inaugural Wimbledon men's singles in the wheelchairs, 2016, 8 years ago. What a year that was. Rio making the final of the doubles, and that's where his doubles teammate Harvey Hewitt really came to the fore. Knew a little bit about him beforehand, but he made it all the way through in the singles as well. But Gordon Reid intent today to get through to the next stage, Roehampton. And he's got the first game secured. It's love one. Point out 2 lefties, which is a fair rarity these days.
Out. 15 love. Out. 15 all.
That bit of magic. Just pushed it wide. Found it this time though. Really clever play using the width.
15.
Pulling Reid out into that backhand corner all the way off camera and then just using that drop shot. Really clever play. I think we're going to see that a lot today from Kawasaki.
Sergio.
That's some retrieving from Gordon Reid.
Not only just to get there as well, but what he's able to do with the ball when he does. Just so deft, isn't he, with that touch? You can just see they're cutting inside the ball, always getting the move away from his opponent.
Out.
Beg your pardon?
Deals. Advantage. Read. Game, Reed.
Well,
Reed leads 2 games to love.
The thing is that Gordon Reid, say at this level, can reach balls that the mere mortals cannot, and put your opponent straight back under pressure. That's what he's done with Kawasaki here. Early break. I should mention in all their 7 meetings, Taro Kawasaki has never taken a set off Gordon Reid.
And he's lost 4 sets, 6 love as well, just to rub salt into the wound.
Pretty tough for Spaniard, especially on this surface, with Gordon Reid being in this kind of imperious form so far.
$15 love.
Just try to overdo it a little bit on that one. Try to be a bit too cute. If you're Kawasaki, you're always trying to think, how can I hurt my opponent? And at the moment, I'm struggling to see any weaknesses in the Gordon Reid game that he can expose.
Out. 30-15.
And he finds it.
30-all.
Manages to just dip it inside that baseline and the tram line. And that's how good it's got to be.
You knew he was going to do that, didn't you? No brute force required. Just a nice little easy tap over the net as far as Gordon was concerned for that one.
Such a cute little shot, wasn't it? Could have gone either way.
Game, Reed. Reed leads 3 games to love.
Yeah, not sorely tested. Gordon Reid, 3 love in the first set. But about the Spanish opponent, we're talking about Taro Kawasaki, who actually turns 31 on Thursday week. Actually lived quite a lot of his life in the USA because of his father's job. Spent most of his childhood in Miami, except for a year in Chicago, and graduated in economics at the University of Warwick in Coventry.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder why I chose there.
I don't know, but he did. And also now training in Madrid, but obviously spent a lot of time in this country. Started the sport when he was 12 years old. Highest ever boys singles ranking was 2nd, and best ever men's singles ranking was 43, which he received in August 2012. There you go. So it's been on circuit quite a long time. As far as he's concerned, he's got to find a way to unlock Gordon Reid, something he'd not been able to do, as we mentioned in 7 previous meetings, and yet to take a set off him. Now, this is proving to be quite problematic early stages here at Roehampton, as he trails with 1 break. Love 3.
Love. Love.
Can see what his tactics are, can't you? Looking to try and bring Gordon Reid forward with a couple of drop shots in these opening 2 points.
Don't think we'll see too many unforced errors, but there's a rarity from Gordon Reid.
Fault. 15.
Mm.
40-15.
There's 2. There's not too many from Gordon Reid. There's 2 unforced errors in this game.
Game.
There's another one.
Reid leads 3 games to 1.
Wouldn't see many unforced errors. 3 in a game. That is quite rare for Gordon Reid. But anyway, Kawasaki on the ball. First service hold of the match. Beast by 3 games to 1.
Fault. Wait, please.
Really good shot there.
15.
So deep, did really well to manoeuvre himself out the way and get enough room.
A very tiring match for Kawasaki. He goes on, he's having to those balls so much, isn't he? Just to give him a chance of getting winners. Well, he's got the first point of game number 5.
Stringing a couple of points.
Out. 15-30.
30-all. Thirty, 40. Dios. Advantage, Kabersaski. Game, Kabersaski. Reed leads 3-2. Time. $15 love. $30 love.
But that's what he's got in his repertoire. That's what Gordon Reid has in his armoury. He can switch his play up from a little finesse to a little bit more aggression. And he'll be putting a lot of pressure on this Kawasaki serve.
He finds a serve.
15.
Using that lefty slider out wide to such good effect.
So 2 points to bring it back to 3-3 after a not very promising start.
Outs. 40-30.
Well, if he'd gone round the other side of the net and placed it there, he couldn't have done better than that.
No, he couldn't. I mean, it's just so audacious, isn't it? I mean, it's so close. Just look how much cut he gets under the ball.
Advantage. Read.
So this game can transform very quickly. Looks like he was cruising to a 3-3, but Reed now has the advantage to get one of those breaks to add to make it 4-2. Just not going to get there with the skills and dexterity that Gordon Reed has. We know about those angles. And, again, all about finesse, taking the weight of the shot off the ball. And he gets that break back again. Having broken himself, he gets that break to make it 4-2. That was a good example of that game, of all the tricks and skills and the flicks that Gordon Reed has.
And they come to the fore on the grass courts, don't they? Especially that drop shot. And there aren't many players who hit that shot better than him.
Fault. Love.
Just pulled up off that one a little bit. Made it come off the frame. But again, Gordon Reed just asserting his dominance in this opening set.
Ouch. 30-15.
Yeah, a bit surprising that. As Reed was bossing that point. Was it long?
30-all.
And again, these unforced errors are just creeping in at inopportune moments, just as you think he's going to stretch that advantage.
Kind of wished I hadn't said that now.
Commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yes, very much, yeah. Oh, now.
40.
Break point again. Reed serve is not impregnable, we know that. So you've broken it once. Looking to do it again. Late call. Late call. I thought I heard call of out. Is that not a call of out?
No, I think he was just grunting.
Oh,
but it did
okay.
sound like an out
Is
call.
this to me? I thought it was a very late out call.
No, I think he was just straining every sinew.
It did sound to my ears like an out call. Got him a bit. Just came very late, that's all. But anyway, we are back to deuce. Yeah, kind of amazed he didn't come in there a bit. Gave himself a lot to do from behind the baseline.
That's such a clever shot from Reed, though. Kawasaki hit such a good return, but chose to use that slightly higher ball, pushed it back deep, gave himself some time.
Game Reed.
Well, there's a lot of promise in that game. Kawasaki nearly another break, but as it is, 3 games difference between them. If you are coming out to Roehampton today, plenty of big names out there. We've got the world #1 quads player on court 2, Sam Schroeder, up against Guy Sasson of Israel. We've got the #1 woman. She's on court, I think, about now. Dina de Groot against Wang of China. There's plenty of Brits on different courts today. We talked about Alfie Hewitt to come, Lucy Schuker as well. Ben Bartram, the #3 in men's singles, will be up against Tom Egberink on court 4. That's third on today. Abby Breakwell's already finished her match with the Momoko Otani. I believe she lost that in 3. Greg Slade will be up against Niels Vink in the quad quarterfinals, and Dan Ward, Robert Teague go head-to-head. And I think that may well be coming to its conclusion on court 17. Andrew Penny's been on court 18 today, and Gary Cox will be up later on court 18 against Amit Kaplan in the quad singles quarterfinal. Back on #1 court, it's going pretty well from a Gordon Reed perspective. 5-2, Spaniard has the balls.
Low 15.
Looking to try and get this break. Ideally would like to try and kick off the second set serving if he can, Reed. He's got a little bit jammed up there, a little bit too close to his body.
30 all.
He is stretching every nerve and sinew. Here's Daniel Kawasaki, just to remain competitive.
40-30.
That will be his first ace.
I do have to say, I think I agree with Gordon there. It did look like it might have just gone wide. No call came from the chair, though.
Well, another game secured for the Spaniard, hanging in just about on court number 1 in set number 1. 6-3. But Gordon Reid will now have the chance to serve this one out. Best I think that Kawasaki has done before was a 6-4 set. I don't think he's ever bettered that. 6-3 potentially at the moment.
Low 15.
Steffi threw me with those calls because I thought that was long.
Yeah, no, he's just exerting every ounce of energy that he's got to stay in this opening set. But I know what you mean, it does sometimes sound like it.
Might be lucky here.
Out.
No, it's got long.
15 all. Net second service.
Makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
30-15.
I guess that serve just moving out wide, it just sets up that space. You can just see here has that whole of that front part of the court to aim for. Very rarely does he make a mistake with those.
No!
Out. 40-15.
2 set points for the British number 2.
Fault. 40-30.
First double. Perfect return. Absolutely perfect.
Fault. Fault. Advantage. Kabersaski.
So one double comes along, followed almost immediately by another. And suddenly Kawasaki does have a chance of remaining in this set and getting 4 games, which he's only ever done once before against Gordon Reid.
Out. Deuce.
The whole court as well.
Kabersaski.
Worked the opening. Kawasaki was nowhere near it. All he had to do was just push it back into the court. Just tried to go for a little bit too much, and another breakpoint opportunity here for the Spaniard.
Well, he had to throw everything at that. He had to gamble. Just wasn't deep enough on the return. Gordon Reid just picks him off.
Got caught, didn't he? Didn't know whether he was going to move forward or move backwards, and then in the end didn't really do either.
First set point for Gordon Reid.
Deuce.
I can't quite get this game done, or indeed this set done yet. Spaniard hanging in, getting a few mistakes from Gordon occasionally, but back to deuce. Longest game, I think. Not quite, but getting up for the longest game of the match so far.
Net for service.
Pretty much had the whole court,
Advantage.
say 3/4 of it, open to him, available to him to just place it where he wanted to. That's what he did. Here we are again. Set point, Gordon Reid to make it 1 set to love. Good catch.
Game and first set. Reid.
Yeah.
6 games.
Throw the record after it if you can, but ultimately all to no avail. So 6-3, Gordon Reid gets the job done. First set is secured by the Briton against the Spaniard. And whilst it wasn't all plain sailing, and he's broken on a couple of occasions there, he still managed to get the job done like this.
Yeah, maybe slightly harder work than we anticipated after that opening 3 games, but I think you look at those numbers and you'll probably be a little bit surprised. You look at the break points that Kawasaki was able to create, and maybe if he'd been a little bit more clinical, that first set could have been a different story, but Gordon Reid just had a little bit too much towards the end, but I'm sure he's going to want to up his level. Those first serve points won, definitely going to want to try and increase that percentage as well. Just needs to be a bit more focused. It felt like there were too many lapses in concentration through that first set.
Yeah, it wasn't totally vintage Gordon Reid. There were some examples of what he can do in his court craft, but I think I put the mockers on him when I said we won't see too many unforced errors. And I think maybe that's his doubles partner, Alfie Hewitt, arriving for his match later on.
Not a bad way to arrive, is it?
The Spaniard has acquitted himself pretty well. First set certainly caused Gordon Reid a few issues, a few problems, but wasn't able to see it through. But we'll be hoping that he can be competitive in the second set, having to come from a set to love down.
Net for service.
Don't forget, if there's any days you can't make it to a tip at Roehampton, this week to catch the Lexus British Open action, and you can watch it online.
Caught the outside of the line, according to the umpire, very close. Again, Gordon gives it a double take on it, but it's not very demonstrative. He obviously knows this match is probably in his grasp, but the point will go the way of the Spaniard.
$15 all. Fault. $15-30. Fault. Out. 15-40.
So 2 break points immediately at the beginning of the second set for Gordon Reid. The early advantage.
Out. 30-40.
Oh, nicely done. Very nicely done.
Deuce.
Yeah, you can see why he made Paralympics quarter-final, can't you? Even with his fairly low world ranking.
He's definitely got weapons, hasn't he? It's just about stringing it all together. Is he able to find that consistency? Because we've seen a lot of glimpses so far in this match.
It's a deuce.
Advantage.
Yeah,
Reid.
Wasn't able to get over the net. If you are fairly new to wheelchair tennis, you know they can do double bounce, but this level very rarely do they.
No, they don't. They're so athletic, trying getting onto the first bounce. as much as possible. But you also think about if you are waiting for that second bounce, you're always losing the speed and the momentum off the ball. And with the speed that these players hit it at, you want as much of that as possible.
Well, he has been peppering the lines quite a bit, but that one just overhit. So another advantage point for Gordon Reid to get the first indent on the second set. Yeah, he has this ability, does Gordon, to put the ball in a place where you just can't reach it. Svania says too good. Scottsman says thank you, and he'll take a 1-love lead in the second set. Can't get to it. Hard though he tried.
15 love.
And, got to say, when he set off, I thought maybe, but a bit of backspin on there as well from Gordon Reid, making sure the ball's going to get further and further away from him as he got closer.
Out. 30 love.
That was nice, wasn't it?
40
of shoulder height to not only have the strength but be able to direct the ball. Just look here, that flick of the wrist.
Game Reid. Reid leads 2 games to love. Love 15. Love 30.
Reid just trying to make his move here. Wants to get that double break.
$15, $30. Next for service. Out. 15-40.
So it's a second break for Gordon Reid.
3 games to love.
Now starting to ratchet it up a bit, making it frustrating for the Spaniard. And if everything goes right for a British point of view, next round will be Gordon Reid against Ben Bartram. So the British number 2 against British number 3.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one, won't it? I'd always like a all British pairing.
Yeah, in case you hadn't heard earlier on, there is no Reid and Hewitt in the doubles here. They've decided to obviously concentrate on Wimbledon next week. Having got their title in Eastbourne the weekend. Very impressive they were too in doing that. So both of them just concentrating on the singles here. Alfie trying to retain his title from last year. And we will see him against Michael Schaefer's.
Time.
Third on court number 3. And the way Gordon Reid's going may not be very long now.
No, you would definitely say not. He's definitely picked up his form at the start of this second set.
Double break on his way, it would seem, to a round of 16 victory. Taking the first set 6-3, he leads 3-love.
$15 love.
That's his first ace.
That was a good try, though. I love that point from Reid, though. As soon as he gets pushed deep behind the baseline, he reverts to that high lob just to give himself some more time, and he hits it so well, landing just a foot inside the baseline. Had the opportunity with that drive volley, just got it off the frame.
Apart from his service motion, Gordon Reid barely makes a noise. When he serves, you hear a bit of a grunt, but after that, pretty silent.
It's a very cool, calm and collected character, isn't he? You never see too much emotion from him.
As opposed to his doubles partner, who's very different in that respect.
I think that's probably why they work so well together. I always used to find, especially when I was playing doubles, I always liked to have someone who was a little bit more outgoing than me. I probably was a little bit more like Gordon Reid, so I tended to find a partner who had a little bit more personality, kind of like the Alfie Hewitt thing, and we tended to balance each other out pretty well.
A little bit of pressure on his serve here, 30-all. That's a pretty decent first serve, isn't it?
Doesn't necessarily have the most pace, but he hits the spots incredibly well. And when you've got that slice just always moving away from your opponent, it makes it so tricky.
Deuce.
Right, hanging in. Wants to make the most of his opportunity. Knows that he's up against it. Up against a much higher ranked opponent, but he's come out with a few decent shots and a few winners. Really surprised he didn't follow that one in. Well, right into the corner. I thought, surely it's worth advancing a bit here just to intercept, but deeper he got, more Gordon Reid's going, great, that's where I want you.
Yeah, That lob again, though, just gives himself that more time to recover.
Deuce.
Third double for Gordon Reid. Not getting out of this service game easily either. Back to deuce.
Advantage. Reid.
It's always that way, isn't it? Can serve well on those deuce points, but he can't seem to find one on the ad side. Can he do it now?
Fault. Deuce. Ouch.
Didn't miss by much. Went for that down the line. Thought he'd made it. Sounded good off the racket.
Game, Reid.
Yeah, too skillful in around the net again. Gordon Reid does eventually get the job done. Service game is taking a little bit longer than maybe he would like at this stage, but the answer comes in the numbers. 4 love. Second set, as you can probably hear, we are right on the flight path to Heathrow today. Those planes seem to be getting lower and closer to us every time they come in. Well, we're right over our head then, but not distracting the players too much.
That was always the one thing when you trained here, or back when I trained here, you could always just hear the planes flying over. So hard to hear your coach sometimes from the other end of the court.
Love 30.
Some really acute angles from both players there.
Love 40.
And Reid getting the better of his Spanish opponent. And that last shot. And that brings up 3 break points. 5 love.
Out. 15, 14.
Just didn't quite get in position for that one. Just needed to try and give himself a little bit more space, just got a bit jammed up.
2 down, 1 to come. His game points are concerned. That's all he needs. That's all he needs. One more. That takes him to 5-love. Second set. Nearly done. His own serve to come. That will pretty much do it. But I've been quite impressed because it's the first time I've seen Kawasaki in the flesh. And he's got some nice moves. He's got some very nice intricate and also, you know, well constructed points. You know, it's good to see that there are players who we don't know maybe that often. He did make the quarterfinals of the Paralympics last time round, but on the circuit we don't get to see him that often. And obviously he's taking advantage of the rare chance to get. There's Andy Lapthorne, by the way, who's quite sure where he is. Is he watching Gordon? Or is he just meditating?
Good question. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he's just watching from the sidelines. Just on the other side of our commentary box in the corner.
Oh yeah, there he is. His job is done for the day. No doubles for him today, so usually just come and see Gordon gets the job done, and he's 1 game away from getting the job done.
15-love.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but is it me or can I just see a few spots of rain again that are appearing?
You want to get this job done quick in that case. Yeah, rare occasion where Gordon lets it go twice on the bounce. Just give him a bit more time to select where he wants to put the ball. I'll say unlike his doubles partner, he sticks balls in the spokes of his wheel. Alfie does not. We'll see that in the next match when it comes around.
Four, 2-love.
3 match points for the British number 2.
Well, it couldn't come at a better time. It's starting to get pretty heavy out there.
That'll do it.
Game, set, match, read.
That's all he needs. Another 6-love set for Gordon Reid against Daniel Kawasaki, who definitely pushed him quite hard in the first set. Second set, though, fairly routine, fairly straightforward.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our players, Daniel Kawasaki and Gordon Reid.
We will hear from Gordon, I think, as the rain doesn't turn into a deluge. We'll get some words from Gordon on court very shortly. I'll also be able to give you some of the stats from set 2 as well. Maybe that'll come after we've heard from Gordon Reid. Kawasaki will be involved in the doubles tomorrow. Right, saying that Ben Bartram's his partner on that.
Yeah, I think looking at those stats again, you just see the dominance from Gordon Reid, especially in that second set. Obviously, getting through 6-love, but created a lot more breakpoint opportunities. The first serve percentage went up as well, and he just was a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more clinical all around. But for Daniel Kawasaki, there's a lot of positives to take from that match. Really went toe-to-toe, especially in that middle part of the first set. Gordon was struggling at some points, but then just showed his quality, especially in that end of the first set and that second set.
First set, 42 minutes. Second set, 24 minutes. So that was a lot quicker from Gordon Reid. Got the job done. Match lasting hour and 6. And I think very soon we will be hearing from the British number 2, I think. Not quite sure what the delay is. I think they want to get off court pretty quickly. The rain impending. But, remind you, weather permitting, we'll bring you shortly Alfie Hewitt against Michael Schaefer's. It'll be the other round of 16 game men's we've got for you today, and then we'll finish off with Shen Zhenzhu of China up against Lucy Shuka of Great Britain. Well, so we've got the spaghetti unthreaded. On the far side, we should hopefully hear from Gordon Reid, I think. Yeah, it's coming.
Well, Gordon Reid, congratulations. You must have known there was a bit of rain coming because you timed that to perfection to finish off that match before a few drops started falling. You must be delighted with that win.
Yeah, got a little bit lucky that we managed to squeeze in the last game there, but yeah, I'm happy with that. I think it was a good start. I think that's Danny's first match on grass, so we expect more things from him next week if I come up against him. But I thought I played well, and yeah, I've had a couple of weeks on the grass now, so I'm a little bit more acclimatised at the moment.
Yeah, he's a tricky player to play against, isn't he? As you say, first time on the grass. What did you have to do to make sure you got the win today?
Yeah, I think I had to try and stay aggressive and try and dictate the play, and yeah, use variation as well, mix it up with the slice and the drop shot as well, so he can get a rhythm. And yeah, he's really quick on the court, so I was trying to use as much of the court as I could as well.
Yeah, 2 early breaks, of course, in both sets. You must have been pleased with how each set began for you, so you could push on quickly. Yeah,
definitely. I think I served pretty well as well, so that obviously gives you a good foundation to work off of. And if you're serving well, then you can relax a little bit more on the return games. And yeah, I think that's kind of what happened today.
First time for the Lexus British Open to be here in Roehampton. Wimbledon, of course, just around the corner. You enjoying your time here at the tournament this week?
Yeah, loving it. Yeah, I was here watching the qualifying a little bit last week, and it's a great setup here, and it's also a lot of fun to be alongside the juniors here as well. So yeah, I think it's a nice one to be part of, and hopefully it's just the start of bigger events going forward here.
And nice to lead into, of course, Wimbledon as well.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, the courts are great. The grass is obviously really well maintained here, so it's perfect preparation for us for Wimbledon.
Brilliant. Well done again. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Gordon Reid.
6-3, 6-love winner over Daniel Kawasaki. And if the rain holds off, very soon we'll bring you Gordon's doubles partner and the #1 seed, Alfie Hewitt. He'll be taking on Michael Schaefer's in a few minutes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next match on court #1 is not too far away. It will be involving Alfie Hewitt of Great Britain, of course, Michael Schaefer of the Netherlands as well. It's coming up very shortly for you. In the meantime, don't forget we have play on all of our other courts too, with the juniors taking place, as Gordon mentioned, as well as our other Lexus British Open Wheelchair Championships and matches taking place throughout the day today. We hope you're having a great day with us. Play will get underway on court #1 again very shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to the Lexus British Open at Roehampton this afternoon. This is our third match on Court 1. Please welcome our players onto the court. It is, of course, Great Britain's Alfie Hewitt, and from the Netherlands, Michael Scheffers. And let me introduce you to our players then for this third match today on the show court here at the Lexus British Open Roehampton. To the left of the umpire's chair, Michael Scheffers is of course from the Netherlands and has 6 Grand Slam titles to his name, 2 of those in the singles at the Australian and French Opens. He also has 4 Grand Slam titles in doubles. He is currently the world number 15 and won 4 singles titles in 2023. Please put your hands together for Michael Scheffers. And to the right of the chair, Alfie Hewitt, 26, of course, from Cantley, Norfolk. He is the winner of 62 career singles titles and 81 career doubles titles across his senior and junior careers. He is the winner of 8 Grand Slam singles titles and 20 Grand Slam doubles titles. He ended 2023 as world number 1 in men's singles for the first time to become the ITF World Champion. He is the defending Lexus British Open champion as well, and the world number 2. Let's hear it for Great Britain's Alfie Hewitt. Our umpire for the match will be Runtam Prasasap from Thailand.
Welcome if you're joining us for the first time. Welcome back if you've been with us during the course of the day. We are up to our third match on the 2nd of July here in Roehampton at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Tour, of course sponsored by Uniqlo. Is moving on next week to Wimbledon. Before that, we've got the British Open here to conclude off the back of victory in Eastbourne on Saturday. Alfie Hewitt going for yet another title up against Michael Scheffers. They know each other pretty well. 21st meeting, but their first meeting on grass. Alfie has 16 victories to his name. Scheffers has 4. And every expectancy that Alfie will make it to the latter stages of this event. Potentially defend his title from Nottingham last year. So there is the 41-year-old Dutchman, who, as I say, has had a really good career. He's won quite a few titles. He hasn't won one this year yet, but had 4 last year, 3 the year before. He's been playing a long time in 118 doubles titles he's got at different levels, and in terms of his single ranking, was as high as number 1 in 2011, was as high as number 1 in the doubles ranking in the same year. So 2011, Michael Scheffers was the best player in wheelchair tennis. Well, 13 years has come and gone since then, so a lot of changes. Alfie Hewitt has been number 1 on a couple of occasions. He is number 2 in the world right now. We'll see what it is about Alfie that's made him Grand Slam champion in France, Grand Slam champion in Melbourne, and of course looking to do something he's not done on his own so far. That's win the Wimbledon title next week. Well, he's in really good form, and what is it about his game that's so well suited to grass?
1 minute.
I think it's just the aggression that he has as well. Obviously, he's an incredible athlete, covers the court extremely well, but got a big serve. We've seen that huge forehand that he has. But he's also got that deft touch. He's got the slice on the backhand. He can use the drop shot. Isn't afraid to come forward to the net. So there's not many weaknesses in a game. He's pretty much got every single weapon that you could possibly want.
And in terms of what I call his leverage when he serves, he nearly tips out the back of his chair. He arches his back so much that I'm expecting one day for him just to topple out to it, because he really that back almost is like Indian rubber, where he flexes it.
Yeah, it's incredible watching it, isn't it? And even just here in the warm-up, you just take a look if you get the chance to. But also the way he just throws himself around the court as well. We've seen him topple out of his chair a couple of times. He's just so aggressive with his movement.
One thing he doesn't do that most of the other players do, which I mentioned in the Gordon Reed match just now, he always wants the ball girl or ball boy to give him a ball every time. He'll take 2 or 3, he'll look at them, he'll throw them back, then he'll get a replacement if he needs it. Most other wheelchair tennis players, like we saw with Andy Lapthorne earlier on, will stick 1, maybe 2 in the spokes of their wheel. He doesn't like doing that. He never has done that, as far as I'm aware, and will always want a fresh ball given to him.
Yeah, every player has their routine, don't they? Like you say, some players like to have a look at all 3 balls or 4 or however many they like to take and then throw it back or put them in the spokes or whatever. But he obviously has something that he prefers to do.
We will see what will happen with this one. I'm not sure who won the toss. We'll get details of that in just a moment. Our umpire is from Thailand. And he's going to make an announcement.
Alfie Hewitt to serve. Ready?
So, Alfie Hewitt to serve. He's won the toss, so he'll go first.
Balls. Tilo. Out. 30 love. Thirty, 15. Forty, 15. Thank you. Forty, 30.
Nice idea. Wasn't quite able to pull it off. So first blood in the round of 16 game between Alfie Hewitt and Michael Schaefer's goes the way of the #1 ranked Brit, #2 in the world. Not quite sure what he's not happy with. There's some rain around.
Don't know. There are a few dark clouds again. Not sure if he's just testing the surface.
How different, if at all, would the grass be here from Eastbourne?
I don't think it would be super different. From having played both events, they're pretty similar in terms of the court speed, in terms of the bounce. These ones might be a touch on the greener side, obviously, because you've got a mixed event down at Eastbourne as well. The courts will be well worn, but I don't think they will be. The only difference in the conditions will be the wind. It's a lot windier down in Eastbourne. Here it's been a lot quieter in terms of wind. We've only had a few gusts.
Schaefer's to serve, 1-1.
And grass courts have changed as well over the years. I think we all remember back in the days when the grass courts were so quick and, you know, people were coming forward a lot more and volleying, whereas nowadays you see so many more baseline rallies. The courts are slower.
Yeah, and they get churned up more quickly because of that. Because it used to be the service boxes that got churned up. These days it's the baseline, isn't it? Trying to work out what armoury Schaefer's has potentially to cause Alfie Hewitt problems here. Obviously he's got experience. He has been the world #1, so to get there you've got to be pretty decent, haven't you, let's be honest. There's 15 years separating them age-wise. Doubles do not help your cause at any point or at any time, especially when you want to try and get your first game on the board. Hewitt will be smelling the chance of an early break here. Also, he's always on the move.
I was literally thinking exactly the same thing. He's on the prowl, isn't he?
Not sure if there's an equivalent for a wheelchair of a pedometer, but I'd love to know how much ground he covers during the course of a game like this or a match like this.
I would as well. I mean, he's so good with his movement, isn't he? Chair's always in the right place. It's very, very seldom that he's out of position.
Sometimes the way he manoeuvres that chair, just what a return that is. That will do for the first break. 2-love. But having been in a wheelchair with a racket, all right, I'm nowhere near the quality of the tennis player he is, but it baffles me and it absolutely blows my mind at the dexterity that this man has in a wheelchair.
Yeah, it really is. I've tried a couple of times and I have to say I don't look anything like they do in the chair. Like you say, just the way they're able to maneuver it, and not only that, they've got to maneuver the chair, hold the racket, get in the right place, hit the ball. I mean, it's a sight to behold, isn't it, when they're in full flow?
Now, what was I saying about him not putting balls in the spokes?
They jinxed it again.
What am I saying today? Maybe I won't be back tomorrow after this.
Love it, team.
I watched him quite a bit at Eastbourne, and he did, and I've seen him loads of times, obviously, over the years. He'll always get the ball boy or ball girl to supply him with the next ball, but you know, maybe to speed things along, I don't know. Actually putting it in the chair today.
15 all.
Referring to it a bit earlier on, just how much his back arches in the chair. And that helped him to rain down another ace. Second of the match for Alfie Hewitt. First double to add to the 2 aces. Wasn't really in position for that shot. Chaffers has 2 breakback points. Quite a curate's egg of a game, this, isn't it? Double faults, aces.
Forced errors as well. These missed opportunities. These are the things that Chaffers needs to take, isn't it? When you're playing someone like Hewitt, he doesn't cough up too many break points.
Good work. Chaffers moved in from side to side. Never allowed him to go central in the court. It's always working from the wings. And Chaffers has another break point.
Those are the tactics that we were talking about. If you're going to try and find a way to hurt Hewitt, that's pretty much your sole way. You've got to get him moving. Try and spread the court a little bit more.
Well, didn't see that coming.
Maybe it is 2-1.
But Chaffers does get an immediate break back. And good play. So they played each other quite a lot. It's their 21st time. First time on grass, though, between these two. And 2016 is the last time that Chaffers beat Alfie Hewitt. So it's 8 years and more since Chaffers did get the upper hand against Alfie Hewitt. But obviously the more you play a player, the more you learn about their game. And the more you go when you play them next time. Now, last time around, if I'd done that, that would have been different, wouldn't it?
If only it works if only it works that way. I think obviously the more that you play against someone, there's no secrets, is there? You know every single trick in the book. And it's really just about who executes well on the day.
Yeah, so much Alfie Hewitt has been #1 in the world with those Grand Slam titles, Melbourne and French Open, for example. Done very well at the US Open as well. Just needs Wimbledon to get in that roll call. He's got it doubles-wise, but loved the individual one. So, back on serve, 2-on. In this case, 1-2, because Chaffers is serving.
Love 15.
Still struggling a bit on that serve. First ball toss was a little bit low. That one was a little bit behind him.
Yep, 2 double faults straight off. 3 in total now. Cheap points if he's having to earn. Handed to him on the plate.
Picked the wrong way, didn't he?
15-30.
Had the space cross court. Sheffers was covering down the line. I think he was almost trying to double bluff him, wasn't he? Sheffers stuck to his guns though. Forced the error from Hewitt.
Good riposte, good return. No way that Schaefer's in his serving motion was getting close to that. That's where Taylor breaks. 2 more break points for Hewitt to that 3-1 lead. Yeah, didn't think he'd get to it. However adroit and adept he is in the chair. It was going to take too much to charge down. And so it's turned to be. At the moment, nobody seems to be able to hold on to their serve for very long. And now for Hewitt, here's now 3-1 to the good. The Eastbourne champion from last week. On his way to potentially securing this first set. He's got a bit of work to do, as I know the serve has not been working quite as well as he would have liked. Already 3 aces, 1 double.
Pause. Pause. La 15.
Make that 2 doubles.
How many times have we seen that so far? Double fault ace from Hewitt.
4th ace to add to those 2 doubles.
He's very methodical, isn't he? For Hewitt, when he steps up to serve, takes his time, really rhythmical. Another good angle from the British number 1. On return the ball from Schaefer's. And maybe Hewitt's going to get nailed this time. 2 game points for 4-1. To perfection. To absolute perfection. We knew it was giving it a lob. Probably went a little bit deeper than he'd intended, but it caught the back of the line. That's all that's required for him to register a 4-1 lead in the first set. He does have all the shots. He does have all the shots, and again, from being the best
doubles pairing in the world. That probably helps, doesn't it? And he is also the #1 doubles player in the world now.
Yeah, I mean, you see the repertoire of shots that he does have again there in that last point. You saw the lob, able to hit it pinpoint position right in the corner, wasn't he? But again, we've seen already so far, he's got the aggression, that forehand, he's got the slice. We've seen the drop shot as well. We haven't really seen him venture to the net too much today so far, but I'm sure we will, especially with Wimbledon coming up around the corner next week. But
yeah.
You think about things that he can keep developing in this game, and I think it's just trying to make the things that he's already got even better, if that's even possible.
Well, when I first saw him in 2016 in Rio, he was still very raw. Was a teenager, and there were lots of aspects to his game which were very raw and also not very cultured sometimes. But he's really worked hard on so many different aspects of his game, which is why he got to world #1.
I think it's also about being mature in terms of your shot selection as well, because now that he's got every single shot there is in the book, it's now picking the right shot at the right moment as well, because that's, I think, half the battle. There's no point having the shots if you're playing the wrong ones.
Well, I like it. It actually didn't work for him on that occasion, but he's very rarely in retreat. We see certain players who will stay right on the baseline or around the baseline, never want to advance, never really want to come in. That's never the case with him. Sometimes he maybe comes in on once he shouldn't, but he's always wanting to come in.
He's also not afraid to defend when he needs to defend, and that's what I was going back to in terms of shot selection. You have to understand that not every shot you're going to be able to be aggressive on. Sometimes you have to respect the ball that's coming towards you. Give it a little bit of height, give yourself a little bit more time, and then as soon as you get the opportunity, you get forward and take that ball on, and that is something I think that he's really improved over the years.
Likes to take it early, though, wherever he can. Disarm his opponent like that would have been when he come over the net. Look how far in he was. On second serve, it would be even further in, I think. Actually held back a bit there. Oh. Is that an ace?
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't an ace. It was quite far wide.
He's given it. Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's the problem with only having the umpire making the decisions and no line judges. It has to be done from the chair. We were a bit we're actually closer than the umpire was on that one, but there you go. Schaefer's gets his second game. Closes the gap to within 2 again. But I will be surprised. I've made too many mistakes today. I'll be surprised if Hewitt serves under pressure too much more now that he's got into the groove, but we'll see.
So maybe not just going after the serve quite as much. I don't know if you can quite see on his right shoulder, just under his sleeve line. He's got a little bit of taping on that area.
Be happy with that. Under more pressure, he does do a come on occasionally, but obviously he doesn't need to be registering that kind of sound, noise, excitement at this stage. Yeah. Let's go take that on the full, take it on the volley. Actually didn't whack the hell out of the ball, just kind of guided it back in, actually.
There's that doubles prowess, though, isn't it? Knowing where the space is, realising that he doesn't have to do so much with the volley, just place it into the corner.
Well, I'm glad for once I'm right, because I didn't see the Hewitt Serbia under too much pressure in that game, and he serves out to Love. Whew. That's a relief. 5 games to 2. Schaefer's will come out to serve to stay in this first set. Right, what's next for us here? After this is done, it'll be our only women's singles round 16 game. And Zhu of China up against Lucy Shuker. And Lucy Shuker involved the other day with Yiski Griffin in the women's doubles final. Won it in Eastbourne just a few days ago. Well, they're changing their partners for this Roehampton tournament, but Lucy going for her singles. That'll be the last match on court 4 today. Play with that action going on. About this time, Ben Bartram up against Tom Egberink of the Netherlands, and for the Dutchman.
Balls. Love 15.
Hmm.
15 off.
Got the impression that he was going through about 3 different potential shots then. I wasn't quite sure which is the best. And by the time he made this decision, it was too late.
Yeah, a little bit. Incredible return right onto the baseline. Just struggling with that second serve, isn't he? Just not able to get enough racket head speed, get up the back of the ball. A lot of that will be down to the pressure that Hewitt does put on those second serve returns. He knows that if he just puts it in the court, it's probably not going to come back after that, is it? It's going to have one flying past him.
15-40.
Yeah, afraid the serve has gone off quite badly. 5 double faults now for the Dutchman, and that will give Alfie Hewitt 2 set points.
Balls. $30 and $40.
There was a call from the chair. Replay the point, or? Yeah, I think so.
Surprised he missed that. Normally so good on the passing shot. Had it lined up, just pushed it wide this time. Better play though from Sheffers. More aggressive, asking Hewitt a question.
Atlantis.
Yep. Wait for your opponent to make the move. Place the ball behind the chair. Almost impossible to retrieve. Set point again for Alfie Hewitt for 6-2.
Aus. Gavin for Hewitt.
Well, he wasn't even looking there. Goes back to the play as the ball landed long. So that's a relatively comfortable hold in terms of first set for Alfie Hewitt, 6-2. A little alarm on his serve a couple of times, but for the most part came through relatively unscathed. We'll get the details of first serve percentage, etc. come out in a moment, but he's halfway towards that quarter-final place. That 6-2 against Schaefer's. Here are the stats.
Yeah, it was a pretty comfortable set, wasn't it, for Alfie Hewitt? First serve points won, so much more dominant, wasn't he? And again, those break points created, but look at those total points won, 11 more for Hewitt. Huge amount of points in relation to a set, but I think it's more of the same for the Brit, isn't it? He just sort of started going through the gears as the set went on. The aggression came out. I don't know if you can just see they're just massaging his right shoulder a little bit. I don't know if that's giving him a few problems or if it's just a little bit of fatigue or if he's got a tweak or a little bit of a niggle or something. Hopefully nothing major.
No, I hope not. No, this match finishes in the usual fashion. But, yeah, definitely with the amount of double faults that Schaefer's had in the first set might indicate a few rotator cuff issues, perhaps.
Aus. 15 love.
Hewitt at his very best has one of the fastest serves in wheelchair tennis. So in the top 3 in the world. Well, that's what he's capable of. So that's the kind of play, the kind of shot that got him to world #1 all those years ago. And you don't lose it. May not be able to execute it quite as often as maybe you once did, but still very much in the armoury. There you go.
That's another one, isn't it? Definitely hasn't forgot how to do that one either. It was interesting. After the previous point, though, Hewitt had a long, hard look over at his camp. I don't think he was happy with that previous point that he played.
Schaefer's has a point to jump all over this one, maybe for a couple of break points. Didn't have to. That's a double, and that will be Alfie Hewitt's third. And 2 break points here at the beginning of the second set. Well, 3 absolute corking winners in that game. And the Dutchman has most definitely come to play. He was pretty much the secondary act in the first set, but there are 3 absolute brilliant winners, which has given him the early breakthrough on the Alfie Hewitt serve. Got something to think about now.
Yeah, he does. Just doesn't look quite so happy, does he, Hewitt?
I think there's a definite issue with his serving motion today, though. That's double fault number 6.
Just doesn't quite look like he's got the rhythm. It just looks like he's slowing down the racket. Really important, even on the second serve. You've got to keep the speed. And struggling with the ball toss as well, isn't he? Just getting a little bit too far behind him.
House. 15 on.
Just a bit scrappy from Hewitt at the moment. We haven't talked him up so much in the match so far. Just having a little bit of a dip.
Just looks like he's lost a little bit of energy. Just doesn't quite have the same intensity he did in that opening set. And that's the thing, it's always so hard to maintain throughout a whole match. You are going to have dips of concentration, dips of focus.
More like it.
False.
That is nice from Sheffers.
40.
Such a good change-up. Looked like he was going to go for the top spin. Disguised it at the last minute. Went to the drop shot.
Right, can he back up his break? Got a point for two love. It looked a bit long to me.
Yeah, me too. It's tough when the umpire's the one having to call all of the lines.
Well, there you go. There's your break. Sorry. 40 all. Not yet.
Preempting.
Preempting, yeah, exactly. But, yeah, back to deuce. Yeah, got to get it like that. Not going to get it like that by dumping it in to the net halfway up. There it is. Parity in set 2. One game all. Scrappy, I think you call that game.
Yeah, it was, but the thing is with the good players and the best players, they know when they need to just turn it on, and I think he could sense that maybe there was a little bit of a drop of energy. In those last few points, he really just stepped on the aggression. We saw a bit of a fist pump towards his camp as well.
Love 15. $15.
That was a good return there from Sheffer, stepped in. We see Hewitt do that time and time again, where he's the one who steps in on those returns. This time, Sheffer's giving that second serve the treatment it deserved.
False. $15.40. $30.40.
Still a break point against him. That's more encouraging. More of game plan A from Alfie Hewitt.
House. Deuce.
Behind the chair it goes. Again, that area where the receiver just cannot get to the ball. And Hewitt taking himself out of another hole here. Got to an advantage point for a 2-1 lead.
Just lost his rhythm on that one a little bit. Ball toss went a bit too far behind his head. You said it earlier, it's been a bit scrappy, hasn't it, at the start of this second set?
Yeah, no real rhythm, no real pattern. And again, another game that goes to deuce. Neither men having much joy holding on to their serves at the moment, not easily anyway.
Aus. Atlantis, Hewitt.
Sometimes though, when you're not necessarily playing that well, you don't have your rhythm. These are the matches that it's just good to get through. You've got to have that mental toughness. Sometimes it is going to be scrappy. You're not going to play your best tennis every time.
Getting a bit cranky with himself now too. Obviously not happy that things he's trying aren't coming off. The basics like that. Oh, what an angle. What an angle from Schaefer's. Yeah, nobody's smiling. Don't think he thought it was going to be quite that clean or quite that clinical when it came off the racket. But that was, I think we could put that one under the acute angle. Another race. Finding it hard to close this one out though. That's 5 aces, 4 doubles. There are certain flashbacks for me of the Gustavo Fernandez match on Friday last week, where when he put it together, it looked brilliant, but there were just too many kind of ragged parts of it, and that's why the first set was very inconsistent. I've seen that in set 2 here, I think.
That was off.
That's more like it. That's what he wants. Just to relieve some of that pent-up tension and emotion and aggression. Hasn't won the game yet, but that would be a big release for him. Gets him to advantage point for 2-1. It's been a long game, though. That was a hit-me ball.
Yeah, it was. Probably could have predicted it after that first serve as well. Just completely lost the balance of it, moving backwards when he was hitting it, even off that first serve. Well, this long game continues.
Not going to get to that.
Smarter shot again. Seems to be playing the points well from the deuce side, isn't he? Real clarity. Just not able to transfer it onto the ones on the ad side on those game points.
No, slightly overdid it. I think he'll be quite relieved to come through that one. It's not great on either side of the net, and just a little inconsistent in terms of quality from Alfie Hewitt, but scoreboard doesn't lie. He's come through it. Oh, just flexing his back a bit there.
I think that's his shoulder. Just trying to
shoulder?
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit more range. Again, just that taping that you can just see. Obviously not quite so comfortable. Again, I mentioned earlier about the serve. Just doesn't look like he's quite going after the serve as much. Maybe just wants to protect it. Obviously got big week next week coming up. Doesn't want to do anything to risk it.
Okay, as a player, wheelchair tennis or able-bodied player, how do you make those adjustments between clay, very just come off clay, you have a month of grass, that's all, then you're hardcore, you're playing 3 surfaces in the space of 6 weeks?
Do you mean in terms of game or
well,
body-wise?
Like everything, really. I mean, obviously we talk about body because we've seen the effect it's had on him, but, you know, you've got 3 surfaces you have to adjust to in the space of about 6 weeks.
Yeah, it's not easy. I think in terms of surface-wise, especially these days, there's not... Obviously, clay is very different, but I think players are able to adapt so quickly. I don't think a lot of players change the way that they play too much depending on the surface.
We heard Andy Lapthorne say that the courts are quite soft here, which I was quite surprised to hear.
Yeah, I think because they've obviously had a little bit of a drizzle as well, so they're not going to be playing too bouncy. That's why we're seeing a lot of drop shots from players.
Surprised he went for a second bounce there. I think that had 1 bounce written all over it, didn't it?
Yeah, and quite possibly a drop shot as well. He was so far behind the baseline.
Well, it's worked against him massively because there's 3 break points. This could be a very quick game in comparison with the previous one.
Or maybe not. Just going back to your question about the different surfaces and things like that, I think a lot of it nowadays is just how you adapt with the body more than anything, and all the different riggers. You're going to be playing with different balls as well, so that's obviously going to affect the shoulder, the wrist and the forearm.
Yeah, he was.
Well, he did do it. He just needed
3 games to 1.
1 game against, 1 point against his name, and that will be a break for Alfie Hewitt to give him 3-1 lead, and looks far more comfortable now, scoreboard wise, score line wise as well, and well, he'll be hoping doesn't have to go through the rigours that he went through for the last service game, and this one's a fairly straightforward one. But maybe not. No, Schaefer has obviously detected this is not the A game of Alfie Hewitt today. It's making some incisions. A few shakes of the head from Alfie. Obviously not totally happy with how things are going, surprisingly at love 30.
I think Shepherds as well has been helped by the Hewitt serve.
15-20.
Hasn't got as many free points as he normally would. He's been able to have a lot more looks, even off the first serve as well. Able to be pretty aggressive.
Side spin on that. It landed, virtually went horizontal. So, having said, he wanted a nice straightforward service game to back up that elongated one. Well, he's not going to get it because he's got 2 break points to save. Schaefer looks to bring it back to 2-3. One's all he needs.
Yeah,
the game is definitely not quite there, is it? There are definite issues here. Might just need to keep another close-up on Alfie Hewitt, the change of ends. His opponent looks pretty happy with things. I don't think Alfie's in the least bit happy with things right now. On paper, this is a match he should be winning relatively comfortably. Yeah, first set, 6-2. No real issues there, but this has been a grind after a 28-minute first set. This one's probably lasted as long. Any theories?
Yeah, it's tough to say, isn't it? I mean, I don't know whether we've alluded to it again. The shoulders playing a part. He just didn't look happy when he first came out. It's not the Alfie Hewitt we're accustomed to seeing. But again, he's finding a way. He's scrapping. He's digging deep. And it might not be his best tennis, but he's still a set and 3-2 up.
Don't see the aggression in the shots as much today.
Or in the body language either, that we're so used to seeing. We're so used to seeing him being so vocal, aren't we? We've seen a few glimpses, but not as much as normal.
Oh, no. Why'd you leave that one?
Slight misjudgment, wasn't it? He was convinced it was going out, and then it's that horrible sinking feeling when you just know that it's going to dip on the line.
Was that a ball I just missed? Yeah.
False.
Great angle on that serve. Great angle.
30 love.
What a fantastic serve that was from Schaefer's. Very Gordon Reed-like, I thought. Well, he's a righty, not a lefty, but nonetheless.
Sometimes we talk about pace obviously being the thing that's going to hurt a player, but a lot of the times it's accuracy, isn't it? If you can hit those spots, you open up so much of the court.
Not going to get there. First save service game to love that we've had probably in the match, but certainly for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have played a much better game, could he? He's really zoned in. Even Hewitt had to applaud that drop shot.
Well, not quite as we had anticipated it. Sure, it was not how Alfie Hewitt had anticipated it either. 6-2, relatively comfortable first set. This one not going quite the way he would have liked. 3-all, breaks a serve here, there and everywhere. And he now has the balls. And we'll try and get 4-3 in front. He's being rushed. He is being rushed on every shot by Schaefer's.
Well, that's one thing. If you're Schaefer's, that's what you've got to do. You've got to rush him. You can't give Hewitt time. And that's adding to the reason why he's feeling uncomfortable out there.
Need one of those.
50 all.
Had to work very hard to get it.
You said it though, I can't remember in the last sort of 5 or 10 minutes, really, Shepard's coughing up an unforced error. He's really made Hewitt work for everything out there.
Quite a muted fist bump as well, I thought.
Speak of an unforced error.
Along comes one. He'll take all those bonus points he can get at the moment, because he's having to work very, very hard for most of them. They'll be handed to him on a plate.
Such a good return as well from Sheffers. It's a good serve from Hewitt. Had him on the stretch, but to be able to get that depth, get it up high to the Hewitt backhand.
Got him again.
30-40.
Got him again. Forehand down the line. Impeccable. Absolutely perfection. And here we go again. Hewitt is not having easy service games now. Not that he ever really has, but in this set in particular. Break point 4-4-3. We saw this coming.
Didn't do enough with the return. It was there to be hit. Right in the slot of the Hewitt backhand. Made no mistake with that.
Bit fortunate there. Went long. So a bit of breathing space maybe. If he can get this one, he will put in 4-3 in front. To earn every single point. Very few being given to him at this stage. Oh, distance on that. Absolutely pinpoint accurate. And on the line. And yeah, he does escape that service game. Gets his nose in front, but this is not the world number 2 at his very best. But if he comes out of this, he'll say, okay, another win, and move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he won't put this down as one of the best matches he's played, but I said earlier, sometimes you've got to get through those scrappy matches. You've got to find a way to win and dig deep, and he's coming up with points when he needs to. Again, played a really good point in that last one. Just sneaks his nose in front. And if Shepherds doesn't manage to take this second set, he'll probably feel like this was a case of missed opportunities for him. You don't get many times where you're playing Alfie Hewitt and he's playing at this level.
Yeah, as I mentioned, last time that Schaefer's beat him was 8 years ago, more than 8 years ago, 2016, April of that year. Hasn't taken sets off him much since then either, but no, still pretty close to taking this one. There are times today where he just looks bemused. I don't know why. He's really chuntering away to himself now and having a metaphorical chastisement just behind the baseline. He's not happy with his game in any respect today, I think. It would have been interesting to hear what he says in the post-match interview, because I really don't think he's going to say too many complimentary things about what he's done today.
No, I think sometimes when you do have a little bit of a niggle, though, you can kind of get frustrated. And that translates into all aspects, doesn't it? It's very hard to get out of that mindset.
Haven't had one of those for a while. Double number 7. Quite a lot in the first set. Don't remember any in the second set, actually.
No, nor do I.
That's more like it. That's more the Alfie Hewitt we expect to see. More the Alfie Hewitt he expects of himself, I think. Hewitt on top form, be jumping all over this. Didn't need to. Right in his hitting zone.
I think he heard you as well.
Break point. 5-3.
Yeah, he was.
Well, in a way, I think he was quite lucky to get away with that because a very defensive return, which Schaefers did not do enough with.
No, but he did well in the middle of that rally, didn't he? When Schaefers had that short ball, he guessed the right way, and then to be able to have the touch, to be able to lob it over his head, and again turns the point around with the forehand. And that was the biggest roar of the day so far, wasn't it? He knows that was a really, really big game.
He wants this done and dusted. I think there's absolutely no doubt about that. He wants this this match absolutely nailed ASAP.
I think you could be right.
Just get it done. Tomorrow's another day. Might feel a bit better. Bit of physio. Bit of work. And things could be very different, but he's not. It's like he's battling himself today. He's battling his opponent and he's battling himself as well. But anyway, he's got a chance to serve for the match here. 5-3.
Schaefers sticking around though. Always important. You need to break serve those first couple of points if you can just get a little bit of scoreboard pressure. That serve, just struggling a little bit. Tried to get a little bit of extra spin. The wind just really picked up though. Frustration again coming out from Hewitt. Was in control. Schaefers did so well on that backhand to turn the point around.
When did he last have a comfortable service game? That's the question.
I'm not sure my memory can go back that far. Got a bit of extra work on that backhand, really reared up off the court as Sheffers.
Still break point for 4-5.
Pause.
Oh, got it back over.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have given him a prayer, to be honest. He was positioned on the court, but he got it back. No reply, and this match continues. This match extends. He looks very calm. He's looked very calm and calculated all the way through the match, but I don't think the same is true of his opponent.
No, not at all. I think that's what you've got to do if you're Sheffers. You've got to understand what's happening down the other end of the court, see your opponent getting frustrated. He's just got to do all he can to maintain his composure. The longer he can stick around, the more the Hewitt frustration is going to build.
Well, look at Schaefer's already back out of the court, wanting to get involved. Alfie still with the towel and not racing back onto the court at all. Schaefer's wants to get this done and dusted.
Time.
But Alfie using every single second of the changeover.
I don't blame him. I think sometimes when you're in that mindset, it's easy to just rush through the points. You've got to just try and take your time a little bit more.
Yeah, Schaefer's already heading in the wrong direction, trying to anticipate where that ball was going to come from.
It's one of Alfie's best shots as well. When he moves around to hit that forehand, he has the option to go inside out or inside in and can hold it till the last second.
Great disguise on that, isn't it?
Left 30.
Well, only 2 points away now from potential victory. That's an 8th double fault for Schaefer's.
Left 40.
Oh, that winner's been a long time in coming. And that will almost take him over the line. 3 match points. Make that quarter-final. And we'll have a second serve to look at as well from Schaefer's.
Wanted to finish in style,
15,
didn't he?
40.
Still got 2 match points. We'll be intrigued to hear what Alfie says in his post-match interview today.
Out.
If he gets there.
30, 40.
Not there yet. Still got match point on the Schaefer serve. That will do it. That will do it. I think quite a muted fist bump as well, but maybe it's my interpretation. He's just glad to get that one out the way. It really wasn't vintage Alfie Hewitt today. He got the job done, and he got the job done in straight sets against a very difficult, tricky opponent who we know has all the tools, has the game, but
ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation and give it up for our players. So Michael Schaefer and Alfie Hewitt.
Element of relief from Alfie Hewitt to have got over the line in that one. Definitely didn't play his best tennis, but we said sometimes you just got to find ways to win, even when you're winning ugly.
Yeah, we will hear from him in a few minutes. We'll get the details of that second set, 6-4. And Schaefer's more than contributed to that match. Really had chances along the way to maybe take it to 3. Wasn't able quite to do it. Here are the details, I think, coming up of that second set.
Yeah, I think you can look at numbers a lot sometimes and try and pick them out of the match, but I think so much of it was just Hewitt today. Just wasn't on it, was he? It's just off the boil from what we're so used to seeing. I mean, first serve points 1 pretty good. Getting break points 7 out of 12. You look at overall and you think, yeah, not bad numbers, but there was just something, he just wasn't quite at the races, was he? There's a few unforced errors. He was very muted out there. Maybe a little bit of a niggle of the shoulder. Hopefully that comes up all right tomorrow. But I think it'll just be a huge element of relief.
First set, 28 minutes. Second set, 45 minutes. 6-2,
Well, congratulations, Alfie Hewitt. A win today, and you must be delighted to get the week off to a good start.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's been quite a busy period so far, being in Queens and Eastbourne, but I felt like I got out of the blocks quite quick there. It was a really strong first set, and obviously second set was tighter. I think Michael definitely played a lot better, and yeah, was just happy to get over the end there.
I did sense a little frustration from your side in that second set. Was that just Michael coming into the game more often, and were there parts of your game you weren't particularly happy with?
I think you'll probably see that in every single one of my matches that you'll play, that I'll play. So, yeah, no, it's part of it. You know, when the first set goes as well as that, you know, it can be frustrating to not just do it again. And, yeah, it wasn't the same level from my end, but you know, a big part of that was because of what Michael was doing.
I saw you rubbing your shoulder a little as well. Were you having any difficulty with your shoulder throughout the game?
No, I've got something going on at the moment, but it's not really inhibiting anything that I'm doing on the court. You know, I've had a really good couple of weeks on grass. Haven't missed a single session, so you know, it's an intense period and a lot of physicality that goes into playing on the grass. There's always going to be little things here and then, but nothing to be concerned about.
Of course, you won at Eastbourne. How good would it be for you to win here at the Lexus British Open at its new venue in Roehampton as well?
Yeah, it would be great to be the first one to win this title on the grass. You know, it's great to have a lead-in event going into Wimbledon. So very happy for the change. So yeah, let's see what the week brings. It's going to be a really good one. So hopefully more people can come on by and watch.
Well, you've brought the sunshine out for British fans. Congratulations, Alfie Hewitt, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks.
Okay, tell me. That was more about what he didn't say than what he did say.
Yeah, I mean, even if he did have a problem with his shoulder, he definitely wasn't going to tell anyone about it, was he? Always just play it down a little bit, said that he was fine, just had a little niggle, hadn't missed a session, but yeah, we don't normally see Alfie sort of fiddling with the shoulder or anything if there isn't anything wrong, so I'm sure he's going to be straight to the
one more match
physio
to come
room.
on court 1 for you today at the Lexus British Open. So very much looking forward to that one. Do stick with us for our 4th and final match on court 1. It'll be Xu Zhenjian up against Great Britain's Lucy Shuker on the way very soon for you here on court 1, and what's turning out to be a lovely evening here in Roehampton.
Okay, before we move on to the women's singles, just wrap up your thoughts on that, because to me there are more questions than answers. A, what we saw on the court, and then B, what we heard after.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely probably took the positives out of that one, didn't he? He said he played well in that opening set, and then, you know, credit to Michael, he got better as the second set and he just wasn't able to transfer it. But I think overall he'll just be happy to have got through. Obviously we've got to hope that the shoulder's okay.
LTA's
you know, he seemed pretty positive about it, but tomorrow's another day and you've got to be in the tournament to live to fight another one, don't you?
On the YouTube channel from
all right, Xu Zhenjian against Lucy Shuker is up next. We're back in a few minutes' time for the last singles game or singles match of the day. That'll be on court 1, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for this fourth and final match today on Court 1 at the Lexus British Open in Roehampton, please put your hands together for our players from China, Xu Zhenjiang, and from Great Britain, Lucy Shuka. So allow me to introduce our players to you. On the left of the umpire's chair, Lucy Shuka from Great Britain, of course, is the highest ranked woman in the sport in Britain. Her glittering career has seen her pick up 31 singles titles and 75 doubles titles. In 2013, she became the first British wheelchair tennis player to compete in all 4 Grand Slams. Ladies and gentlemen, from Great Britain, Lucy Shuka. And on the right of the umpire's chair, Xu Zhenjiang from China. She has 21 singles titles to her name and 21 as well doubles titles. This year she appeared in the French Open final, following a finals appearance as well as the Australian Open in 2023. She began playing wheelchair tennis in 2005, aged 16. Ladies and gentlemen, from China, Xu Zhenjiang. And our umpire for the match will be David Armenta from Colombia.
Three minutes. Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be played the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Lucy Shuka won the toss and chose to receive. One minute. 30 seconds.
So the final match of the day, it's a women's singles round of 16. Zhu Zhenjian of China against Lucy Schuker of Great Britain. If that sounds very familiar and you're a wheelchair tennis fan, it should do, because it's a repeat of a match-up from Eastbourne last weekend. Didn't last very long, but hopefully Lucy Schuker will have learned a little bit more from that. And then she got her revenge over Zhu later in the day, because she and Griffion managed to win the women's double. So it was a kind of mixed day for Lucy, but she got the win in the end.
Yeah, it's always nice to finish the day with a victory, but I'm sure she will definitely want to get her revenge in the singles.
Well, there she is. She has been an absolute stalwart for women's tennis and wheelchair tennis in this country. Still going strong. Still British #1.
Crazy to think about it. I think sometimes it's easy to forget how long she's been around and obviously how much success she has had.
Well, you see them all off. Jordan, people like that have come along. Jordan's been retired for quite a while.
I know. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it?
She's not in the frame anymore. And I suppose in a way the only sad thing from my point of view is we want to see some more people challenging Lucy for that #1 spot. As Abby, there's a couple of others who are coming through now, but we kind of need a bit more depth, I think.
Yeah, we do. And hopefully she'll keep on inspiring players to pick up the game.
Well, first time today. Look at that thing up in the sky. It's called the sun. Came out at the end of Alfie Hewitt's win and has stayed with us. So let's hope it stays with us for however long this match takes. Zhu has the serve at the far end.
Out. 15 left.
And a little bit like we were referring to with Andy Lapthorne today, I always like to see Lucy in an aggressive mode. I like to see her up there. Right, she may have missed that first shot, but I think when she's in that kind of position, she'll probably get more than she misses.
I think that's what she needs to do, absolutely right. And that's when she plays her best tennis, and especially on a grass court. I don't think you can stay too far behind the baseline. You've got to be the one to dictate a lot of these rallies. And I think that's where her talents lie, isn't it? With those touch shots up at the net.
Well, Zhu was dealing with a bar of soap there for a minute. not a ball. She couldn't keep hold of it. Anyway, got the first point. Nope, double.
15-0. Out. 30-15. Fault.
That was the right play though, wasn't it? Second serve looking to approach. Zhu did well though to dip it at her feet. Schuker couldn't quite come up with half volley.
Game, shoot. First game. Lucy Shuka to serve. Love. $15 all.
That's a good serve there.
30-15.
Jamming in the body, always a good play on grass. Especially the right-handed serve against the lefty, it's always swinging into the body.
Fault. 30 all. Fault.
Ooh, not sure it was. I'm not sure that was.
It was close, wasn't it? I didn't see a puff of chalk, but the umpire was convinced that it was wide.
Hawkeye, please.
Did really well there, didn't she, to put the disappointment.
40,
Good
30.
second serve and did well to get up to the drop shot. Chose to go straight down the middle. Always a really smart play, really tough to get the chair out of the way.
Oh, what a reply that is.
Juice.
For Shuka, could barely move the chair. Ball was flying past her nose. Back to Juice. She got the angle.
Advantage, Shuka.
I was thinking go the other way, but that was effective.
It's a lot easier though to go, especially with the grip they have, to go cross court with that backhand than try and get around the ball and have to change direction down the line.
Well, it's an advantage for 1-all. She's not going to get to that though.
Juice.
think that sun is probably about the worst place it could be serving at that end. I think it's right into her eyes.
Yeah, it's tricky, especially when it's been so cloudy all day. Like you said, what is that thing up in the sky?
Break point for Zhu for a 2-love lead.
Game 2.
Yeah, she closes it out, and
leads 2 games to love.
That's 2 off the reel for Zhu Zhenjian. And I hope it's not going to be an echo of what we saw in Eastbourne at the weekend. But Zhu come up with a couple of really nice shots. She could look like she was going to maybe potentially hold on to a serve then, but Zhu getting the key points at the end, so that's the early break for her. Sure, she keeps sitting in a chair. It's about the second or third time I've heard a big clunk, like she's sitting in a chair on the way through.
Yeah, it does sound like it, especially on that slice backhand.
Out.
That's a better return, though. A lot more aggressive.
15-all.
Zhu doesn't have a pacier serve. I would like to see Shuka maybe just adjusting her position a little bit further forward. Also takes away the slice down the tee and the angle. If you are a little bit further forward, you can cut it off a little bit more.
Out. 15-13. All. Fault. Fault. 30-14.
Second double brings up another break point for Shuka to immediately grab that break back.
That's the danger, I think, for me when you're playing against a lefty, that return cross court. If you either don't get the depth or you don't get the angle, it just sits there waiting to be hit, and you've got that space down the line.
Well, that's good. Best point she's played in the match so far. This is Shuka right into the corner. Zhu chasing, but unable to really lay a racket on it. So she's hanging in on this game. Another advantage point for Shuka. Yeah, that's a breakthrough. Yeah, she worked hard for that.
Leads, 2 games to 1.
Good depth on those approach strokes. Lucy Shuka, and she has made that breakthrough. So the immediate break back. 2 games to 1. Now, when you get to, and be very careful I use this phrase, advanced years in the sport, right? I don't want to say veteran because people don't like veteran. And, yeah, the experience that she's had. How do you tinker with your game? How do you change your game? Or do you go, well, old dogs, new tricks is a bit difficult to do now?
No, I think you've always got to think about the ways that you can keep improving. So I think if you're not improving, you are moving back. Was it Federer who said that? You know, he's always, you know, he was one of the best that ever played the game, but he's always looking to improve things. And I think you've got to find ways of evolving. I think the game has moved on so much. I think, you know, maybe when Shuka started her career, I think there was a lot more touch and a lot more feel, but now everyone's become so athletic, they're hitting the ball so much harder, so you've got to have that balance between having the touch, but you've also got to have the pace. So I think you've always got to think about what everyone else is doing and how can you adapt your game as well. Obviously you don't want to play a style of tennis that isn't yours, but you've always got to keep trying to find those small percentages and keep trying to improve.
Left.
Oh, it's an ace. Oh, she thought she had one earlier. She didn't. She got one now. Oh, she was challenging it, but can't challenge it. The umpire said it is, so it is. Oh, SW19 now.
She's just a smart player, isn't she, Zhu? She's got such good court craft. She's able to maneuver the ball all around the court. Puts it in really awkward places. Just like that.
Yeah, just like that. And that doesn't come back, does it? That's unreturnable. It goes down the line like that. She has, I would say, limited range of strokes, but the ones she's got are very good.
Out.
Yeah, maybe I should get the T-shirt made up. This is SW15, not SW19.
I know.
Oh, Lucy changed her mind, I think, mid-stroke there. She's going to go on the other wing.
I thought she was going to go for the forehand as well. It looked like she was trying to manoeuvre the chair. Just maybe ran out of time. Got a bit jammed up again. Facing another break point.
Second serve for Zhu to look at.
Game 2.
Yeah, it's fine margins of the sport, isn't it? You know, you change your mind from a backhand to a forehand or vice versa and go, you know, mid-stroke you've done it wrong.
That's when you just got to be really decisive, isn't it? But it's so hard in that moment. You think you're making the right choice, but ultimately that error cost her in that game rather.
3-1 then with the break. There's you.
Fault.
Good play again, though, from Shuka, just putting the pressure on. Happy to see more of that. Even though she's giving Zhu the chance of a passing shot, she's got to come up with it time and time again. This time she did come up with it, but again, you've got to keep asking questions of your opponent.
Nice. Yeah, worth a fist bump, that one. Good anticipation.
Made a concerted effort, though, hasn't she? She's approached after all 3 of these returns.
Fine down the centre of the court, though. What she could do about that.
She had it, didn't she?
She knew it. Reaction, the way she threw her head back then, told you everything you need to know about that. Because when left the racket, I think she thought that was going over. So then it went, so point for 4-1.
Fault. Game 2. Zhu leads 4-1.
Change of ends. Don't forget we're back. We think order of play will start 10:30 tomorrow on Tuesday. Obviously don't have the order of play yet, but you can be absolutely guaranteed the big names will be on court 1. And those 2 tomorrow. 4 matches tomorrow. Likely same on Thursday and Friday when we'll conclude. And what is turning out to be a lovely day. We had a bit of rain earlier on, did interrupt a couple of the matches. Just got the Gordon Reid and Daniel Kawasaki match completed before the rains came, but it's never been heavy. There's been a few drops, a bit of light rain today. Affected the Andy Lapthorne match as well, but been too badly affected, so we're very much on schedule for tomorrow. All the games in the outside court, all the matches in the outside court, on their way to being concluded if they're not already. So we'll have action from the quarterfinals of the men's singles, quarterfinal of the women's singles tomorrow, and also from the quads. And the doubles start tomorrow as well. So a lot of doubles matches to bring you in the course of the day, but if you can get down and see the action live, you're in London, southwest London, or you can get to this area tomorrow, well worth doing so. The weather forecast certainly has improved a great deal from what it was originally. When I looked at it over the weekend, it looked like we might have a 55% chance of rain, but that seems to have desisted a little bit. So hopefully it'll be like this tomorrow. Lucy Shuka has some work to do. First set.
Oh, there's a little look over. There's a little cheeky smile, wasn't there? I think if you look at the scoreboard, though, you say 4-1. She's got pretty decent advantage, but I think the scoreboard's been a lot closer than that.
Just the clutch points, really, isn't it? so far.
That's what makes the scoring system in tennis so good, isn't it? There's just such fine margins. There's just 1 point here or there. How many times do we see in a match where you look at the total number of points won by a player and it's maybe 1 point that's the difference?
Second ace for Lucy Schuker.
$40-15. $40-30.
Very clever shot. So Schuker way behind the baseline.
Are you supposed to play to the server?
Yeah, that's normally the rules. You should play to the server speed.
She's not going to get there.
Advantage, Shu.
I wonder if maybe Schuker needs to just make sure she starts moving, recover a little bit further inside the baseline after she's hit the serve. And she's just time and time again using that short return.
Fault. Game, Shu.
Disappointing. That's another double fault.
Shu leads 5
That's another double fault. Actually, her first double fault. A second double fault, sorry, for Lucy Schuker. So 5-1. It does seem to be going inexorably towards the Chinese. 5-1. First set on centre. Dissimilar to the matchup the weekend at Eastbourne. I'd say Lucy's been more competitive in this one than she was a few days ago on the South Coast, but scoreline doesn't look that dissimilar. 5-1.
Fault.
That's a lovely return. I think there's going to be an element of frustration, though, for Schuker. Like you said, she's been a lot more competitive in this match, and it has just really come down to a few points either way. Could have been a lot closer in the score in this first set.
Out. 15 all. $30-15. $30 all.
Well, that was very clever. She waited for Shuka to make her move. And as she was waiting to see where the chair was heading, she put it behind the chair, and she has set point.
Game and first set, 2.
And 1 point is all she needs. 6 games to 1. As has been saying, that's a bit kind of one-sided compared to what we saw. The truth, if you dig it a bit deeper, is it wasn't really a 6-1 set, but Shu got all the breaks and all the key points at the right time. That's why it finished that way. 6-1 first set. Shuka has quite a bit of work to do in the second set. We'll get the tail of the tape in a minute, see what the serving percentage is. My hunch is neither was brilliant, but let's see what the stats tell us in a minute.
Yeah, I don't think it was, like you said, 6-1. I think that might flatter Zhu a little bit. I think Shuka was in a lot of those games, and it was just a couple of points here and there, maybe just a few wrong shot selections, just a couple of points where she didn't execute as much as she wanted to. But I do think that there's positives to take for her. She was in a lot of those rallies. Again, just needs to clean up the game a little bit more, maybe be a bit more clinical. Use the drop shot really well, though.
First set, 1 ace for Zhu, 2 double faults, 2 double faults, and 2 aces for Shuka in that first set. And there'll be quite a few people in the crowd who are hoping that this could go 3, and that Shuka can
second set,
take a first set against Chinese for a while. It will be Shuka who will serve first. Second set. As the sun says, thank you for my bit today. I think we'll head behind the clouds if that's all right with you. It goes a little bit darker. Oh, cool.
Out. Low 15.
She just got away with it, didn't she? Clipped the top of the tape, but then found the line. Shuka needs to just try and find a way to get this opening couple of service games on the board. Already facing problems. Love 30 down in this one.
Out. 15-30.
That's one of those strokes that I can never quite understand, because your opponent's well behind the baseline. You've got a lot of court to potentially put that ball into. A bit long.
Yeah, that is the question. I would have liked to have seen her try and move forward into that shot rather than moving back.
As it is, 2 break points for Zhu to go 1-love up in the second. She's a very frustrating player to play against. She takes her time, even on your serve.
I guess until the umpire says a comment or makes her aware of it, then she's going to keep on doing it. Going to keep testing those limits as much as she can.
Game.
She drilled it. Absolutely drilled that one down the line, and the resistance was futile in the first set, I'm afraid. It started pretty much the same way from Lucy Shuka's point of view. Zhu has taken a 1-love lead in the second set. How many balls she got in there? She collected them or something.
Yeah, she's got most of them. Play with 6, I think she's got at least 3 in there, plus the one she's playing with.
Out.
Just wasn't able to dig that out.
Low 15.
Great angle.
Low 30.
Yes, it was. Yes.
It's a late call, wasn't it?
Late call, but it was right.
Low 40.
Oh, this game's looking very different from the previous couple. Shuka is dominating. And she has 3 break points to break immediately back in the second set to make it 1-all.
Fault.
She couldn't have afforded to go any deeper on that serve. That literally was right on the line. Not taking anything back of that. Wasn't so yeah, 80 or 90%. Going flat out. First of the break points back.
I think that point there, though, is a better return. I think she's got to look to try and attack the Zhu backhand when she does get the chance.
Nice play. Nice play by
Game Shuka.
this is Shuka.
1 game all.
Third opportunity, third time of asking. She gets the break. And we are where we were. 1 game all. Just wait for all those balls to come back that are in the bag. We've got any more? Oh, there's 2 more there.
Yeah, I know. There were at least 3 in there, weren't there? That was a better game from Zhuka, though. Again, choosing to go with the drop shot. Such a smart play. And even on that last point, Zhu was already on the move. Still wasn't anywhere near it.
Well, I should give her a bit of a fillip. A bit more belief, maybe.
Look.
Just didn't read that one, did she? The way the chair was moving as well. He's looking to go to the forehand. Zhu chose to go behind her to the backhand. There's no way she's going to be able to maneuver that.
Out.
Really good depth on that serve.
30-15.
Good width.
Hmm. 30 all.
Yeah, she's done that a few times. Just pivots in that chair. Watch it again. And back behind the chair again. Right into the corner it goes. Unreturnable. Keep thinking, tell me if I'm wrong, Zhuka's not going deep enough. It's all kind of mid-court, right on the service line, you know, in service box. Make her retreat a bit, make her move the chair around more.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that.
Game.
But then she goes and does that off the return.
Zhu leads 2-1.
So it's been all about breaks in this second set so far. Nobody's held on to their serve. Zhu is 2-1 to the good. It's, yeah, you played at the highest level, so you know it's like it's easy for people like me to go there. But you know, you look at something and go, well, that's where she's getting all her points. Why are you feeding her strength like that?
Sometimes it's like you say, it's easier watching from the sideline. Sometimes when you're in the match, it's really hard to figure it out. I'm sure she'll know that she needs to play with more depth. She needs to be a bit more aggressive. I think she's almost kind of torn between the two, isn't it? She's trying to find the short ones, which she has had some success on, but then push her back to be able to find the short ones. But the ones she's trying to push her back just aren't quite getting enough depth. So then she's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. And Zhu is just so good at those ones that are kind of in the middle of the court, especially off the forehand side.
Time.
So 2-1. We haven't had a hold of serve yet. she's really reasonably happy with how she's playing, even though she lost the first set. We did say it wasn't quite a 6-1 set. And this one, at the moment, nobody wants to seemingly take the advantage. Chu is, by virtue of 2 breaks, 2-1 to the good. That could be the loopiest serve I've ever seen.
We have seen a few of those today, haven't we? She does have a tendency to do that, and it's such a tricky one to return because you've just got no pace. You're having to generate all of that yourself.
Yeah, she's very good at that. She's very good at putting the ball back behind the chair. It's for Lucy to make her move and then puts the ball to where she's just come from.
Nice little exchange between the two, wasn't it?
40 love.
Lucy giving us a running commentary. Maybe we should put a microphone on her as well, but yeah, it was trickiness. She's going, well, what can I do about that? Well, I can't do anything. Commentators, I can't do anything about that, can I? No, you can't. Chu, though, with 3 points to hold on to her serve for the first time in this set. She's going to do that. 3-1.
Leads
3 games away from progression to the quarterfinals. She has to find her A game plus now, I think, to extend this into a 3rd set. She's not too far shy of the Chinese, but so the first time she's actually held on to a serve gives her that 2-game advantage.
Oh, that was cheeky. Chuka's just got to try and keep with her on the scoreboard, keep her side ticking over. And she's a pretty good front runner, so when she gets her nose in front, she rarely gives up that lead.
$15 all.
Been the story, hasn't it, for Shuka? Just top of the net tape's just not going her way. Just small misses, and that's the tiny margins in this sport.
$30 all. $30-40. Volt. Game, Xu. Xu leads 4-1.
And there's 2 games away from securing her place in the last 8. And whatever Lucy Shuker is trying, nothing is working consistently well for her right now. Xu 4-1 up. Question for you about coaching. Now, in the women's game, it's been there for a while. Men's game's starting to come in now. What advantage, I mean, with someone like Lucy, for example, will have a coach there, I imagine, as indeed will Xu. Do you get any real pointers if you're able to look back at them and they're able to give you stuff, or is it just there for support?
No, I think it's a mixture of the two. I think obviously fundamentally they're there to support, but also I think they're able to see it from an outside perspective. I think sometimes when you're in the match, it's really hard to see everything that's going on, and sometimes it's hard to see patterns. Obviously, you know, if you're really clear of thought, you know what you're trying to do out there, but sometimes it's just really good to get an outsider's perspective. So if you're doing the right thing, just getting that encouragement to say keep on doing what you're doing, and sometimes there's just going to have to be a little tweak from the game plan and they can just readjust what you're trying to do. Like now, for example, you know, she's maybe got to throw the kitchen sink at her because it's, you know, set and 4-1 down. She hasn't really got much to lose. This is maybe where the coach says, you know, try something different.
Can she change her game up? Has she got another game plan to go to, though?
I think maybe you can try and throw in a few more higher balls. You spoke about trying to get a little bit more depth on the ball. I think with her ground strokes that she's been hitting, they've just been a little bit too short. Obviously, the drop shot has worked really, really well for her, especially off that return.
No 15.
But once they're getting into the rallies, Zhu's winning a vast majority of them. Maybe you've just got to change the rhythm, just give your opponent a different look.
Twice. Well, she's obviously thinking, that's been my most reliable source of points today. It's given me the most satisfaction and indeed the best results. So the drop shot is here to stay.
I think it will be.
Fault. Low 40. Fault.
Three break points then. Let's bring it back to 2-4 from Shuka's point of view.
15-14.
Again, that time it was a little trickier, wasn't it? Because it was right in the body, having to try and play it above her head.
Fault. Fault. Game. Shuka.
Kind of anticipated that, didn't want to say so, but it did look like it might be that. So another break back. It's been a set of breaks. And that takes the brakes, or puts the brakes on Zhu's progression for the time being. 4-2. Shuka's breakthrough. See if she can bring it back to 3-4. Ooh, the 1-2 punch nearly worked, but not quite.
Well, maybe she'd go for the drop shot off that forehand. She'd open up the space with the serve. It just needed to be anywhere in that service box.
Out. Love 30.
Can't give her cheap points at this stage of the match.
That's what the problem's been, though, hasn't it, for Shuka today? We've seen glimpses of brilliance, but she just hasn't quite been able to string it together for long enough periods. Zhu has just been super solid throughout.
Out. 15-13.
Now, that's exactly what we're talking about. Good, deep first serve, opens up the court. She puts her return in the corner, exactly where she wants it.
Make it sound so easy, this
tennis
stuff.
If we could only do it with every point, we'll be world champions, wouldn't we? But that's the game plan, though, surely, isn't it? Nice, deep first serve, follow it in, put it in the corner where Zhu can't get to it. She's so close to turning this match around. This is the thing.
And then Zhu just comes out with one of those to sniff out the opportunity, bring up a break point herself.
Game, Zhu. Zhu leads 5-2.
Well, she's almost there. 5-2. If she could break the Shuka serve now, or actually hold on to her own serve, then she'll be into the last 8. And whether Lucy looks back at her matches these days, perhaps she doesn't feel the need to anymore, but she's going to go through, and if she dissects this, there'll be so many points. You go, why didn't I do that? Why didn't I do that? I suppose the same with every, but you know, watching that, I just think this match could have been so different. You could have almost flipped the scores here. It's been like that.
Yeah, you could. I think that last point was a prime example as well. She was in control of the point. She had the forehand volley on her racket, and you know, she missed it in the net, and sort of 9 times out of 10 she'd normally make it. And I feel like that's been the story throughout this whole match today. She's done a lot of things right, or she's tried to do a lot of things right, but it's just come down to the execution. She'd have managed to clean up a few more shots here and there and take a couple more of her opportunities. Like you said, this could have been a very, very different match and a very different scoreline.
Certainly compared to the match I watched at the weekend, she's obviously thought about the game plan, changed quite a few things, and it's looking much better. So she made progress from last weekend and could have made much more progress with some more conversions, I think.
Out.
But that's why I'm sure she's going to have a look at this match back and have a look and analyse what she needed to do a little bit better. And again, I'm sure she's going to take a lot of positives through to next week.
30 left. $30-15.
I don't think I've ever seen a game where the player hits her chair as often as Zhu does. The racket keeps hitting the outside of the chair.
Out. 40-15.
Well, despite a very spirited performance by Lucy Schuker, she's looking down the barrel now with 2 match points for the Chinese. Well, she lives to find another point.
That's one thing about Schuker, she will keep going until the very last point. And you still feel like if there's some way that she could get through this game, but this isn't the end of this match.
Game, set and match.
It is now, I'm afraid. That was the last rights on her round of 16 game. And Zhu will progress. Schuker will not. Schuker has women's doubles still to come, of course, not her last interest.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our players, Lucy Schuker and Xu Zhenjian.
6-1, 6-2. See, in the cold light of day, looks like a very comprehensive victory for the Chinese. We know, having seen it, wasn't quite as straightforward as that scoreline would suggest. And there were certainly many elements that Lucy Schuker will be very happy with. And I fear that she will not be, because she will fancy that she could have pushed it a little bit further. Ultimately, she won 3 games in the whole match.
Yeah, it's tough to get your head around because it did feel like it was a lot closer than that. I think she's going to go back and analyse this, and we said take a lot of positives from it, but also she's going to find areas for her game that she needs to clean up. I mean, you look at those serving stats, 33%, she's really got it up that. It makes it so hard, and that's where Zhu was really getting a lot of success, wasn't it? And she was backing up her serve well as well, a lot more clinical on the break points, just 1 point she missed, whereas Schuker missed those 4 opportunities. And I think it's just going to be a lot of frustration for Lucy, isn't there? Because there was so many good things. The return, the drop shot was really good, and obviously next week on the grass at Wimbledon as well, that's going to be really effective. But you've just got to try and use this next week of practice to just clean up those areas. And I think it could be a different match if they were to meet again.
Well, I doubt we'll hear from Zhu, because she refused to do the interview in Eastbourne, so I don't think we'll hear from her here, but we'll wait and see. Looks to me like she's very keen to go, actually, but we'll just wait for a few minutes in case she does. But we might hear from Lucy Schuker maybe instead, but my recollections are right from last week that Zhu Zhenjiang didn't do an interview, and I don't think she's going to do one here either. But while we'll wait to find out if that's the case, or maybe they're going to try. Just to let you know, we'll be back tomorrow morning from Court 1 here at Roehampton for day 2 of the Lexus British Open.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our winner of our final match on Court 1 of the Lexus British Open. It is Xu Zhenjian, of course. And that wraps up a play on Court 1 today at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton. Thanks so much for being with us today, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, of course. Play will begin at 10:30, with gates opening at 9:30. Plenty to enjoy in the fan village as well. All your food and beverage options there. and we would love to see you back here on Court 1 watching the action tomorrow. As I say, play begins at 10:30. If you can't make it tomorrow, don't forget you can catch all the action from here on Court 1 on the LTA's YouTube channel, where you can find our live stream of all matches on Court 1. Until tomorrow, everybody, thanks for being here today, and have a safe journey home.
I echo that. Thank you. And thank you, Anna Smith, for your company today. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. 4 more matches to come. Likely to see some of the names that we saw today as well and see how they progress. So it's been a pretty good day for Annie Lapthorne, for Gordon Reid, and for Alfie Hewitt, all of them getting through to the next stages of the competition. Lucy Schuker, however, bows out at the round of 16. From Anna, myself, Bob Ballard. Have yourself a great Tuesday evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning.